January 18th, and we have a robust agenda. First off, we have administrative business consent agenda. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Thank you, Suzanne. Is there a second? Thank you, Stephen. Any questions regarding it first? Seeing none, we'll go ahead with the votes. Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Mariah? And I also vote yes. All right, so with that, we will go to the student report with Ms. Clevis.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all having a good evening. I'm Laura Clevis, and I'm so excited to be able to share this presentation that I worked on with SASA and Student Council about Diwali. So I know my thing is presenting issues that are affecting the school community, but sometimes my perspective alone doesn't cut it. And for that reason, I've brought with me today the perspectives of the entire SASA club, that's our South Asian Student Alliance, and also 3 SASA student leaders, Amarjot Ranu, Devin Nahata, and Saira Chander, to present to you about why Diwali should be a Category 2 holiday. So without further ado, yeah.
Hi, so like Laura said, we're going to be talking about Diwali today. And let's start off by talking about what Diwali actually is. So Diwali is the festival of lights. It symbolizes the victory of good over evil and knowledge over ignorance. And it's an extremely diverse holiday, so the meaning differs from person to person, but it's the most significant holiday in Hinduism, and many people say they celebrate for the victory and return of Lord Rama. It happens on the 15th day of the 8th month of the Hindu lunar calendar, which on our calendar falls between mid-October and mid-November, depending on the year. And this year, that's October 30th. Like I said, the meaning and celebration are different for everyone, but in general, people get together with friends and family. They pray, they cook, they eat, they light diyas, which are little clay oil lamps. They do rangoli, they exchange gifts, and they light fireworks. There's a strong emphasis on spending time with friends and family and appreciating the present, which Brookline students miss out on with the additive stress of homework and tests.
Yeah, so just to talk about the scale, more than 1 billion people worldwide celebrate it, which includes more than 6 million people in the US. And people across many different faiths celebrate, so Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, and Muslims. And people in every single continent celebrates it with the exception of Antarctica, so it's a really globally prevalent holiday. And now we're going to talk about why we think Diwali should be a Category 2 holiday. So this is a video that we made with the Student Council.
Diwali, to me, means like more than a holiday. It's a time to like really have like the whole family together to celebrate a festival. Like, I have an older sibling who's in college and who's not home a lot, and that's like a time I get to be with my whole family. I spend a lot of time on Diwali lighting diyas, eating food, calling family from India.
We celebrate, we go to like Diwali parties and stuff like that, and religious aspects of it that are often also time consuming that we like to spend a lot of time on during these days.
For me, what's special about Diwali is that it's time to really celebrate your culture and community. It's time to, cherish those things.
I mean, it's really just been stressful times because I'm having to balance my family celebrations, cooking food, doing puja, and then like Rangoli patterns and celebrating with my family. And then I'm also having to balance that with my schoolwork, which was really stressful last year, especially during junior year. So, yeah.
I always meet up with outer family that I don't normally see often, but it's also been hard to have time to meet with them with the amount of workload that we have on the days of Diwali at school.
And a lot of times, like this year, I didn't have time as much with homework and schoolwork and studying.
And like especially this year, but generally for like the past 3 years that I've been in high school, I've had to like do work on a holiday that I'm supposed to be like appreciating life and like all of its beauty. So I think that's just kind of sad.
I think Diwali should be a Category 2 holiday because it's a very important time for people who celebrate Diwali with their friends and family. And when we have a lot of homework, it takes away from that time, and it takes away from the special celebration of our culture.
I asked for extensions on all my work during Diwali, so I can't even fully enjoy the holiday when I'm stressing out about my tests and how I'm going to have extra work to make up after the holiday's over. So having a Category 2 holiday would make it much easier for me to get to celebrate with my family without stressing out.
I think it should be a Category 2 holiday because Diwali is a time where like kids should not be stressing and just have fun and like have fun with their culture and not stress about tests and stuff. And like eat good food and have fun rather than like just doing homework and not being able to celebrate your family and your background.
And I think Diwali should be a Category 2 holiday because I spend a lot of time outside of school celebrating on Diwali with family and friends. And in my old schools and in different countries I've lived in, we had exceptions for Diwali as a holiday or a homework-free day. And so I think the same should be done at VHS.
I think having no homework and having, less stress about completing assignment when I'm trying to celebrate with my family. Like in my opinion, it's not fair to the South Asian community that pretty much every other ethnic group at the school gets, either the day off or has no homework for their holidays, but like I have to email my teachers for the past many years to excuse me from homework assignments. Like, it is not fair, especially considering the amount of South Asian students and staff we have at the school.
I wanted to make a quick video in support of the student leaders who are advocating for a change in how we recognize and support students and families within the Hindu holiday of Diwali. My understanding is the group is advocating for Diwali to be a Category 2 holiday. I really appreciate their advocacy on this matter and know that the school committee and superintendent want to listen to the reasoning and support as much as possible.
So in addition, In addition to the video, we also sent out a petition to the Brookline High School community, where more than 750 students signed the petition in support of Diwali becoming a Category 2 holiday. And then we've anticipated that if you guys had any concerns, it would probably be around teachers having to change their curriculums to make room for the no homework holiday. So we also sent out a separate petition to the Brookline High School faculty, where 98% of the teachers also signed on to the petition as well.
Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about the South Asian demographics at BHS. So our club alone has 80 plus members, and we've been established for 3 years. And despite being one of the largest student groups on campus, we only represent a fraction of the South Asian population. But like we said earlier, it's not only South Asians who celebrate Diwali, it's celebrated widely across Asia. And here in Brookline, 19.4% of our students identify as Asian, which equates to about 1,300 students. So it's really affecting a large portion of the student body. Recently, there's been a lot of change locally and across the nation with recognizing Diwali. Wellesley, Hopkinton, Westboro, and Acton-Boxborough made Diwali a no-school holiday, and Newton South and Shrewsbury recently made Diwali a no-homework holiday. So people are really starting to realize the toll of having homework has on students on this day. The Brookline Public Schools states that they are committed to eliminating barriers to educational achievement in our schools. Right now, this goal is not being met. Students are forced to make special accommodations and often fall behind in school just for trying to honor their heritage.
Okay, in conclusion, it is clear that making Diwali a Category 2 or no homework holiday is something that both faculty and students support. And students who celebrate Diwali, which as we've demonstrated is a large portion of the Brookline community, shouldn't have to choose between their culture and academics, and should be recognized equally to other big communities. Like other districts, Brookline should recognize the importance of this. Thank you.
And that concludes our remarks for the night. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. I do have a question. So I saw referenced a few times Rangoli, and my understanding it's some kind of art form, but could someone maybe elaborate on what exactly you do with Rangoli?
Yeah, so it's like a color.
You can go to the microphone.
Yeah, so Rangoli is like a colorful powder, and often you spend time with family making designs, and just it's all about like honoring your heritage. So the whole point of us mentioning that is that there's a lot of activities with Diwali around spending time with quality time with family that we are often doing, no matter whether we have homework or not on this day.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Stephen.
I just want to say that I thought that was a pretty much perfect presentation. By the end of it, all the questions that I had in my head were answered by the last third of the presentation. The fact that you went through all the possible stakeholders that would be affected, and that you already surveyed them and got their response, that there was testimony from the principal, from the head of school, and that you painted the larger context both in the Brookline community and in the country. I don't have any questions. I just thought that was a perfect presentation, and I just want to thank you and say that I clearly support this as well.
Mariah?
Thank you. I just want to second Stephen's comments, but I just have a question for you, David. Could you just clarify what the process is for this decision?
So it would ultimately be a vote by school committee. So in recent years, you may recall that we voted to make Lunar New Year a holiday. And so we would follow that same process. We would docket it for discussion and take a vote on it. Natalia?
Question for the superintendent. Category 2, is there a limit to how many holidays? Like, are there any restrictions around it? And is it Does it just mean no homework for that day, or are there other implications? But I am in full support, and I did love your presentation.
I don't know that there's a cap with the number that are in there, but there are a number, and I don't have the chart in front of me. I can visualize the memo that we just sent out actually earlier in the semester, but I don't believe that there's a cap that's affixed to it. But it is around the homework aspect of it.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you. Betsy, you sent out something to us about suggesting that a category 2 is a superintendent decision and not a school committee decision.
Well, I think category 2 won't impact the calendar because it's not a day off. It just impacts the assignment of homework.
So I don't know, David, whether we can weigh in or make a suggestion to the superintendent, but I don't know whose vote it is. I guess that's what I'm.
Right, so it looks like if it's going to be a category 2, that would fall squarely in your domain. If we were looking at potential other.
No, you all did a very nice job there, and Anthony did give me a heads up. Principal Meyer did give me a heads up about a month ago that there was interest in moving Diwali up to category 2, and so I appreciate your presentation tonight, and I'll look through our files as well on our end. Look at the number that we have there and all of those types of things, but and I'll follow up with the school leaders as well to understand further about that impact.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much for that outstanding presentation. I think you're hearing broad support for making this happen, and you'll certainly hear from us on it again soon. Thank you.
David, could I make a motion for school committee support of this to the administration?
Sure.
I'd like to do so.
All right, do we have a second? Suzanne seconds. Your vote, Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
I'm here too.
Oh, okay. Helen? Helen, you also vote yes?
I did, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, so that's unanimous. So you've heard the school committee's support for this, and now the pressure's on the superintendent. And I'm sure we'll hear more on that shortly, so thank you again. All right, so next on our agenda, presentations and discussions of current issues. Presentation of the superintendent's preliminary FY 2025. Oh, I'm sorry, there we go. Superintendent's report. Now, you are certainly welcome to stay if you'd like, but we are going to be moving on to other items. So we're going to have the superintendent's report, and then after that, we're going to have a presentation on the budget. So some of that might be of interest to you, but if you want to go on with your evening, we understand.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again to the students for that outstanding presentation. Tonight's superintendent's update will share a few community highlights, share some of the recent school visits, then look at our spotlight on excellence tonight. We want to say congratulations to Brookline High School's Madve Borden, who was named a scholar at the Regeneron Science Talent Search 2024, the nation's oldest and most prestigious science and math competition for high school seniors. The competition is owned and produced by Society for Science. Through its history, the competition's alumni have been honored with Nobel Prizes, National Medals of Science, Breakthrough Prizes, MacArthur Foundation Fellowships, and Fields Medals. So again, congratulations to Madve, who's a senior at BHS. The MMEA Eastern Senior District Festival, congratulations to the following BHS students who participated in the Massachusetts Music Educators Association Eastern Senior District Festival on January 5th and 6th. The students did stellar work and gave outstanding performances alongside top music students from 30 cities and towns across Massachusetts. So we had Henry on trombone, Shanti as soprano, Ingrid on alto, Ivy was alto voice, Ronnie was violin, Antonia alto voice, Sora clarinet, Ivan bass voice, Daphne soprano voice, Diane cello, Konya alto sax, Lil alto voice, Tony clarinet, Elsie soprano voice, Sophia soprano voice, Noah violin, Justina violin, and Brianna viola. So again, congratulations to all of the students for their outstanding accomplishments there. The Pearl BHS, did I skip something? Pearl BHS World Language Survey. The PSB has partnered with Pearl to assess BHS World Language Program, understand its strengths, and identify opportunities for growth. Pearl is a language resource center at the National Foreign Language Center at the University of Maryland and is committed to improving the nation's capacity for teaching and learning languages. Pearl members visited BHS World Language classes in October and November and interacted with students and teachers. They are now administering an anonymous survey to get a better picture of students' experiences learning a language at BHS. The survey has been sent to students as well as parents, guardians, and caregivers. Parent workshop on the digital well-being playbook. The PSB has partnered with the Massachusetts Partnership for Youth to hold the parent workshop, the digital well-being playbook, on January 24th, and this will be over Zoom. The workshop aims to navigate the following: achieving sustainable, positive digital practices with family and at work, optimizing digital habits for better mental health and family connection, preventing and recovering from sensory overload and digital overwhelm, and to positively shift your relationship with your devices so they fuel versus fatigue your relationships. And Nina Hersher is the MSW, Master Social Worker, is the Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, and she will be the keynote speaker leading that particular workshop. BASE will have a kid activity week during February break. It's an organizing a week-long program filled with fun, enriching and entertaining activities for kids aged 5 to 12 from February 20th through 23rd. The week will feature full or half-day sessions featuring acting, singing, dancing, arts and crafts, Shark Tank Junior, Lego Future House, and more activities. And more information can be found at brooklineadulted.org or via phone at 617-730-2700. BHS Senior Play Project. The Senior Project Play is a production that has, for the last several years, been written and directed by two BHS seniors. This year, seniors Joshua Chan and Ian Hansen were selected by drama teachers to take up the mantle. The duo has co-written and co-directed The Burning Light, a story of a young lesbian growing up in 1989, a time when being gay isn't an option for the people around her or herself. The Burning Light will be showcased January 19th at 22 Tappan Theater, and there are showings at 3:30 and 7. Student admission price is $5, adults $10. PSB staff and 8th graders can attend for free. The Burning Light. Recently completed school visits. I was at Hayes and Lawrence this week, and then I have a whole slew coming up in the coming weeks again, and that's spending time with principals as well as visiting classrooms, looking at instruction and whatever else is what I call top of mind for the school leader at that time. Tonight's Spotlight on Excellence, we turn to the Pierce School. Pierce, this evening we shine the spotlight on excellence on Pierce second grade community projects. Second grade in Brookline is beginning to implement a new social studies curriculum The first unit is Meeting Needs and Wants, and asks students to consider what they can do to meet the needs and wants of the community. Teachers are challenged to support students in collaboratively identifying ways they can work together in community to make a difference. Students showed tremendous engagement with this unit and are excited to share a bit about what they learned with you tonight. Joining us this evening are the Pierce second grade team and their student representatives. I'll turn the floor over to our guests to learn more about how they are making a difference in our community. Ms. Yadoff.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us tonight, School Committee Dr. Guillory. I am so excited to introduce you to our team of second grade teachers and student representatives from each class who will tell you a little bit about the fantastic social studies learning that they did this year. And to kick it off will be Sam, who seems like she's still in her classroom, live from Pierce School right next door. Hi, Miss Marcello. Turning it over to you.
Hi, Susan, do you want to share the slides? Can you?
Absolutely, I can put them on.
Okay, I'll get started. Hi, thank you so much for having us. My name is Sam Marcello, and I am one of the second grade teachers here at Pierce. This year, the second grade teachers in Brookline have begun to implement a new social studies curriculum that you just heard a little bit about. The first unit that we at Pierce chose to do is titled Meeting Needs and Wants. Students spent most of the unit learning about the community that they live in and how people can work together to meet the community's wants and needs. Our culminating project challenged students to think about how second graders themselves have the power to meet the wants and needs in our community. At Pierce, each class thought about, what does Brookline or Boston need? What do people in our community want? It was truly incredible to see the ideas that each class brainstormed. After much discussion, each second grade class came up with a unique community project that they would plan for and complete before the winter break. The goal was to make it connected to our classes or something that our classes felt strongly about. Students came up with an inquiry challenge statement that described the action they would take, the product that they would create, and the people they would affect. After each project was completed, classes shared their action with the school community during morning announcements. While the unit's main focus was on community wants and needs, second grade students were able to understand how they can be productive members of their community now as second graders. In my class in 2M, students really wanted to make gifts and spread joy. How could we do this? After thinking about the specific connections our class has to the community, we decided we could make crafts and give them to an assisted living facility in Brookline. 2M students spent 2 periods making cards, crafts, and holiday decorations. Then we walked all of our goods to Goddard House in Brookline. When we arrived, we decorated the activity room and left surprises on the seats for the residents to find after lunch. I have a student named Leela here to tell us a bit about how it felt to make and deliver these crafts. So here she is.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leela, and in 2M, we decided to share kindness in our community. Everybody needs kindness. We walked to an assisted living home called Goddard House. One of our classmates' great-grandma was there. We brought cards, decorations, and lots of kindness. It felt great. The residents that we saw there looked so happy. It felt really great, and I know they were all really happy. It was fun working with my classmates to do this project. It made me feel like I should start helping people in our community more. It was really fun. When our class completed this challenge, we all felt really, really proud. And we had a big fun dance party. And that is all I have to share this evening. today.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Quinn, and I'm another second grade teacher at the Pierce School. 2Q noticed that our beloved local parks might benefit from some cleaning up. First, we did some learning by reading books from the Pierce Library about the importance of keeping our parks as well as our planet clean. We then bundled up, got on our gloves, and cleaned up the trash in our nearby parks. While it felt helpful to clean up, we knew that this would not solve our problem forever. We couldn't do this on our own. We made posters to hang up around our Pierce community to encourage others to help us keep our parks clean. And now I'll pass the mic over to Adam, who will tell a little bit more.
I'm Adam, and I'm into cooking the Emerson and Pierce bowl. It is because it's not healthy for the environment to stay strong and live in a dirty bowl. And it will not be fun to play in a dirty bowl. We picked up all the trash we could find. We also made posters teaching about how to keep our parks clean. We do this so that people can know how to keep our parks clean. Because we can't do this one time and be done. Everybody must do their part. We were happy because we did it, and it was hard work. That other people feel good at and listen and Pierce. To this inspires you to keep our parks clean. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Watts, and I am also a second grade teacher at the Pierce School. Thank you again for having us tonight. My students were thrilled to have the opportunity to take concrete action in their community. A parent in my class is a Brookline firefighter. So after our brainstorm session, students decide to make and deliver cards and pizza to the local firefighters. This close personal connection between the community and our classroom made this project meaningful for students. And now Pau is here to tell you a little bit more about what we did.
Hello, my name is Pau and I'm in 2W. We wanted to do something nice for the firefighters because a kid in 2W has a parent that's a firefighter. We invited volunteers to help us teach us how to make pizza. We worked together to make pepperoni and cheese pizza with other cool toppings like mushrooms, cheese, and peppers. We brought the pizza to the firefighters. We made cards so they could feel happy about their jobs. It felt very cool, very good to help the firefighters. We learned that we could help anybody we wanted by only doing a few things. It was a great day. I don't have such a strong word to explain how happy everyone in 2W was.
Hi, I'm Susan Laitman. 2LE really wanted to spread joy and kindness in the community. We decided to decorate kindness rocks to place around Brookline Village for people to find. We designed and we painted the rocks. We made posters to hang around our school and our community, sharing our action. And when the rocks were done, we took a walk around Brookline Village and we found the perfect spots to put them in. We were really excited to help bring some warmth to Brookline Village during the chilly winter time. And Doncia is going to tell you a little bit more about how she felt about it.
Hi, my name is Doncia. What I liked best about the Kindness Rock project was putting them outside. I think that the project was important because when you are sad, you can't just stay grumpy. And when you see a rock with beautiful colors and nice words, it will make you feel happy.
Oh, Susan, you're muted.
I apologize. The sharing slides and doing things at the same time is not working that well for me. I'm sorry. I want to thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share our culminating community projects with you. I'm going to quickly just go through the slides so you can see them one more time a little slower. And these are our different projects. Here's 2Ms. Q. W. And 2LE. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us tonight. It really was a pleasure to see how much excitement students had around school and to hear so many happy comments from kids about these projects as they were learning and taking really important actions in their community to make all of our community a better place to be. And with that, I'll turn it back to Dr. Guillory.
Thank you for those very inspiring presentations about the work that you've done in our community. I do have a question for 2M. If maybe someone could tell us what the highlight was at Goddard House.
What did you like the most? Can we do it? Okay, I think the highlight for all of us was getting to decorate the chairs. So we brought the crafts in and some decorations, and most of the residents were at lunch. But what we were able to do is put at least one little craft gift, right? And a card and decorate over some of the windows and some of the chairs. And we saw a few residents on our way out who had these really big smiles on their faces, which was nice. Do you want to add anything?
I think making the crafts was really fun, and like actually like experimenting like what we should do with them was really fun too.
Yeah, so it was really nice to know that we were surprising people during the holiday season, having just some little something to come back to their seats after a lunch was nice for our class to do.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Natalia.
I'm so delighted to hear about all your projects, and I do want to share that I have a kindness rock at home. I didn't know where, I mean, my kids said, you can take it, and I took it home. And, you know, we have a lot of arts and crafts since I have a lot of kids, but that one, it's one of your rainbow kindness rocks, and it's on my desk, and I love it more than I love my kids' project. So now that I know the story behind it, I will continue loving it. I'm so delighted that I have one of the special kindness rocks, and I'm willing to share it with school committee members if you're feeling sad. And any day, I will bring it, and you can take it home for a few days. It's really, really wonderful.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much for coming and presenting. Very inspirational, the work you're doing in the community and the zealous advocacy by the student in 2Q for parks, Adam, I believe. So thank you for everything that you're doing, and we look forward to hearing more in the future.
And with that, the Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to Pierce second grade teachers and students community service projects in recognition for the second grade community service projects, which allow students to learn about the needs and wants of their community and also provide them experiential opportunities to work collaboratively to make a difference. Congratulations to you all.
All right, so now getting back to the superintendent's report, did anyone have any questions or comments? So one question I have regarding the parent workshop on January 24th. So I think these parent workshops are a great opportunity for those in the broader community to learn from experts. And I just want to make sure that people are aware of them. So I'm glad that we mentioned it, but I wonder whether we could add it to the calendar that we put on our dockets as sort of an additional place where people can find out about these events. So for instance, under PSB and community events, we do have a couple of events listed, but not the workshop. So perhaps including that and similar workshops in the future might be a way to make sure we get the word out.
We could also work with our communications team member to also work with the town's communications department to broadcast it out as well there too.
All right, anyone else? Okay, then we will move on to presentations and discussions of current issues. Presentation of the superintendent's preliminary FY 2025 budget request.
So good evening again. Dr. Givens and I will walk through tonight's presentation of the budget. But before we do that, I want to read some introductory comments to help sort of set the stage, and Dr. Givens will bring us home tonight. Thank you to the Brookline community for the support of our schools. Thank you to the budget managers, curriculum coordinators, principals for your work in providing narratives, submitting requests, revising narratives, hosting multiple meetings, and the list goes on. Thank you to the senior team for your engagement and participation of this initial budget request, participation in the development of this initial budget request. Thank you to the committee and the finance subcommittee for your guidance and direction thus far, and a special thanks to the administration and finance team for pulling it all together. I'm cautiously optimistic about the FY25 initial budget. We have made great strides in our budgeting process over the years. More specifically for this year and for FY25, a tremendous amount of work has gone into getting accurate staffing rosters for each campus and respective department and aligning them with the appropriate budgeting codes. The next phase of the work is actually aligning our account numbers and setting up position control, which will put us in an even stronger position for the next budgeting cycle. Why do I say cautiously optimistic? As the budget currently stands, we have extended above what is reflected in the town's long-range financial plan for the school's allocation. As we approach this budget, we had additional requests in the amount of $5 million that are not included in the budget request. I will share two examples with you later tonight. I will also share an example of an item that is included, but we're still in the assessing the impact stage. During this budget season, we will have difficult choices that will come before this committee. And to some, it will be a number, but for the school department, we will be thinking about our services to students and our overall operations and the impact that a change will have on how we do business. As we move through the budgeting process, there will be additional asks that are currently not on the table that some will request to be included. We will have to consider what comes in and what goes out. So there's still much work to do in building the FY25 budget. I remain committed to improving the overall budgeting process, school operations, and most importantly, our student and staff experience in the public schools of Brookline. The budget that is laid out tonight is another step in the continuous improvement cycle. Later tonight, we will also engage in a review of the feedback from the strategic plan. Various components of our work are coming together for a more organized system, being centered on an education plan with academic excellence at its core. And with that, we will jump into our presentation. The agenda for tonight is to walk us through the building of the budget, remind our community of the FY25, these are actually FY25 through 29 budget guidelines, but we're looking at them, of course, for FY25, alignment to schools committee guidelines and the draft strategic plan, FY25, looking at our FY25 enrollment projections, staffing, expenses, and then additional considerations. Building the budget. When we look at our newly adopted district goals, you heard the students refer to them, one of them tonight, but where is our joy in learning, excellence in teaching, culture of collaboration, celebration of difference, commitment to equity, and ethic of wellness? For the FY25 initial budget book, Dr. Gibbons is going to come up and walk us through the orientation of the book as well as walk us through the budget, and I will make interjections here and there as we proceed tonight.
I don't know how you follow this, the prior two presentations. I mean, they were pretty amazing. So I actually, when I came in the room, I thought, wow, look at the student engagement around the budget. I've never had so many students come for this overview. So anyways, and they all got up and left, so sad. Anyways, so thank you very much for giving me a little bit of time this evening to provide you with an overview of the FY25 initial budget proposal. So it really is a focus on the executive summary section so that you can get kind of the broader context for the budget. And then as we move along in the process, we'll dive down into more detail at the school and the district cost center sections. So sure, there we go. So, the budget really is a financial representation of the educational plan that you're presenting. And so the educational plan is developed around your strategic plan, around the guidelines that the school committee establishes for us, and also around the school improvement plans. There should be, some cohesion between your strategic plan, which is basically your district improvement plan, and that should also have tentacles down into your school improvement plans. Maybe at each school, it will look a little bit differently because maybe the needs at that particular school or their place in the journey of learning in that school is a little bit different. But nonetheless, these should have some connection. Where we have not adopted the FY, I think it's 25 through 28 strategic plan, though that is something that we're getting close on. We did not have the opportunity to really develop around those goals, but there's a lot of work that's going on, and we tried to make connection in the narratives to what we are doing right now that connects to that and how that will continue next year, or additional work that will take place in the upcoming year. So we'll start off with some of the real highlights on the school committee's guidelines and what is in this proposal that's related to those guidelines. The guidelines are presented in kind of three categories: the staffing and enrollment, and then equity and budget. So we'll start first with the guidelines the school committee put forward for us to consider as we develop the budget around staffing. And so there was two items called out for us to pay attention to. One was to ensure that the high school class sizes are closer to the historical trends. Folks know that there was a lot of conversation and dialogue about this as a real challenge and a concern in the community earlier this fall. And so we're pleased to share that we have 5 FTE teaching positions included in this budget proposal for the high school. The cost of that is approximately $400,000. In addition, the second item in the guideline was centered around BEEP, so the high school and then our early childhood programming. And in the upcoming year, we're to move BEEP to a full day model. And the cost impact of that is about $750,000. But the funds for that would be assigned to the revolving fund. So there's no impact to taxpayers for the extension of BEEP to a full day program. The other part of that guideline was to take the programs that are currently at the Clark Road location and for BEEP to find locations within our other schools to transition them to. So this year, when the additional space became available at Driscoll, we were able to introduce 3 additional classrooms of BEEP there. And at the end of this year or for next year, we'll add another classroom over at Driscoll and one over at the Hayes School. So we've been able to accomplish that goal. That doesn't have any financial impact per se in this operating budget. There's funds set aside from the current year in order to be able to help support the moving of staff and students and programs to those other locations. So that is guideline category 1. The second category is equity. And so the school committee guideline there stated that they would like us to ensure that we have funding for extended school year programming, and included as a focus area for both OTL and OSS is to have this as a priority for FY25. There'll be more information provided in the month of February around what they have queued up for the FY25 summer programming. There's no additional costs associated with providing these programs in the budget, but we just did want to highlight that it is a priority. We're actively working on that, and there'll be more information to follow on that. Also in the area of equity is to prepare an equity strategy and to fund that as the strategy develops over time. And although it wasn't necessarily an FY25 goal, it was, to be considered at some point between 25 and 26. We did include an additional $183,000 in the budget proposal before you for that. And that would include having an audit, an extensive audit district-wide, additional professional development resources for school and district staff, and equity leads for each school. So that's what's included in the $183,000. And the third category was around the budget itself. And so what the school committee had asked is that we try to make connection and fund where possible initiatives associated with the SIPs at the school level. So when you read the budget and you go down into the sections where the school budgets are presented, you'll see first and foremost is what those goals are, who's on the site councils, and what the SIP goals are for each school. And principals made mention in their commentary about work that they're doing towards school improvement there. So we've included information regarding that in the budget. And then the last guideline was to ensure that we return to a prior practice of having some additional reserve funds and or sections available, so that should we find ourselves in a situation where enrollments are higher than we anticipated, that we would be able to have money available to shift and adjust so that we could keep our class sizes within the suggested guidelines. So those were the FY25 school committee focus areas for us, and I wanted to start off in the executive summary highlighting what is included in the budget document around those priorities. If you'll move now to the next slide, Dr. Guillory. Yeah. So one of the things you'll notice is that we have an evolution in our budget format and in our accounting and tracking systems. So I wanted to highlight for you first some highlights of how our budget has changed in terms of formatting to help you orient yourself towards how to read it and the rationale behind how it's set up. So there are actual industry budgeting presentation standards, and those standards have some, kind of high level or level one standards that, as you're evolving into what we would consider to be a high-level budget presentation, that there's certain fundamental things that need to be included. So some of those things are a table of contents, which you've had in the past. So some of the things that you had used in your budget presentations in the past were considered best practice, and having continuous page numbers so it's easier to reference. And you'll see in the slides, I'll say, now we're looking in the budget document on pages 11 and 12 or 13 and 14 to help guide you, so that as we're going through and deliberating and having conversation, that people can say, you know, hey, there's information shared on page such and such. We can all go there. We can all be on the same page and focused on what that person is asking, and having you know, a great conversation around whatever it is that that's of interest to them. So the page numbers are really important in the process, so they're included here. And I know you've done that in the past. The pyramid approach, and that what that is that at the very front you have this executive summary, which we're going to talk about tonight. And then as you go deeper into the document, you get more detail about this particulars. So it's like anything, you kind of scaffold the learning, right? You give high-level concepts, and then as you get further into it, you get more information. Without the context, sometimes it's hard to understand the detail and where that information maybe rests in the broader picture. And so having the broader picture first, and then delving deeper into certain topics is a standard. In addition to that, it's parity in section, right? And this again goes to this idea of readability. And so each section has similar information. The executive summary is set up in the same way as the building level summary. So you always will have information on enrollment and staffing, and then financial data. Those will connect to one another. So you'll see that the information in the back rolls up to the information in the front. And there's connections made by and between the various charts and graphs. So, and then cost centers. This is a shift, and this is a shift that, you know, was really kind of basically dictated here in Massachusetts. You know, at the time in the early 90s, when the Education Reform Act passed, and we went from more of a centralized model of education and budgeting to a site-based budget model. And so Brookline has had a very long transition to getting to this decentralized model, and my predecessors all made efforts to try to move in that direction. But there are some challenges that presented themselves that perhaps were more difficult to overcome here. And I'm proud and happy to say that we're able to move forward with the work that had been done by my predecessors to get us to where we want to be in the long run. And this is really important, because as you have new administrators come into your schools, there's a certain language it's a common language that we have across the state. And when we're doing something differently here than what others are doing, then there's this additional learning curve that maybe is, we'd be better served not having to introduce that part of the learning curve that's Brookline specific, you know. And also when you're comparing our school district to other schools, you know, if you're using the standard reporting requirements and account classifications, it makes it easier to process, you know, similarities and differences between Brookline and how we're represented and reporting and the way others are. So I know there's been a lot of effort, but what happens when you do this and you make this kind of a shift is it gets very confusing when you're looking at financial information. I'm going to share with you, you know, in a few minutes, some areas that are different. You know, so when you're trying to analyze, and oftentimes, especially if you're a finance person, you're going to look and you're going to say, I want to see the trends. Well, it's not really easy to see the trends, because if you're shifting where things are reported, then you're seeing a variation in reporting as opposed to a trend in spending or a difference in spending. And so it's going to make that part of looking at the budget this year, unfortunately, a bit confusing. So it'll be less confusing at the higher level. So I'm going to share some higher level categorical information tonight, and hopefully that you'll find helpful. So so those are some of the things that I thought I would share. You know, each section you're required to just meet basic standards, provide data in 3 forms, written narratives that connect the tables and the charts and the graphs and the numerical data together, and then graphs are also another requirement. Not all people can read tables and make meaning of numbers. Not all people can make sense and understand the patterns that are being shared in a narrative. Some people can see a picture and they can get it right away. So you try to present this information in a variety of different forms so that your readers all have a way in to understanding the information. So I just wanted to share that. So this format is connected very much to standards and requirements at the state level. So I thought I'd call that out. So next we're going to talk about, we'll always talk about enrollment first because it's about the kids, right? The students drive programming, student needs drive programming, and programming is supported by staffing and the things that we need to buy in order for staff to deliver the services. So we always start with enrollment. So what you'll see, and now if you're in the viewing audience and you want to look in the budget, we're looking at the section on page 12 and 13 on enrollment. So in FY25. We're using a similar enrollment pattern as 24. So essentially what we did is we just rolled forward the cohorts in each school. We worked with our data team downstairs who's been processing our kindergarten enrollments and enrollments over the last 10 years. I think Megan's been with us. And so based on what her experience is, we estimated what we believed would be the kindergarten population coming in. And that is essentially, there's nothing more to the FY25 forecast than that. And part of that is because we have two studies that we have commissioned two different groups for. One is NESDEC, and we did get their report. It's a much higher level report. It doesn't get into details around, the various elementary schools. It doesn't break it out in that way, so it's much higher level. But it does give a view into what they believe based on their metrics. Our enrollment will look like over the next 10 years. And so based on that report, they're expecting that our enrollment will decline, not take a nosedive, but decline gradually over time. And so we have that report. And then we have Cropper McGibbons, who presented a report to you just before COVID hit. So all the assumptions that went into that one, unfortunately, got turned upside down. So we had them come back out and take another look. We worked with the town planning office as well as our data team to provide information. They gathered all kinds of information about our town, and we'll have that information to you, and they'll be here to present in February as well. But since we have those going on, and in process, we just simply rolled forward the cohorts for this year so that we'd have some basis for projecting for the FY25 budget. So enrollment for next year, based on that methodology, is 7,147, a change of 43 students. The big driver of this increase is really BEEP. We anticipate that we'll have more interest from our families in our BEEP program because it will be a full school day program. And so the principal of BEEP estimated we would have approximately 65 additional families. It does not require us, she has the capacity within the program to add these without having to add actual positions. So when you look at the BEEP increase, it's to take existing staff and have them move from, more of a part-time role to a full-time role. It's not to actually add bodies, the same bodies, just working full-time. So 65 additional students there. And so if you look at the elementaries, and this is broadly, across our elementaries, we're looking at a slight decrease of 20 students. So we have 8 elementaries, a decrease of 20 students. That's over the course of 8 grades is really not significant. And then at the high school, a decrease of approximately 2. In terms of special programming and out of district, we're looking at the same number next year as we have this year. So that is what we're looking at for enrollment. And the little pie chart there is just how that breaks out by school. It's a little bit tiny to read, but perhaps in the printed version, it'll be easier to read, or the online version you can blow up. Okay, so next we're going to talk about staffing, and there's changes here, and I need to call them out, and I'm going to say them over and over again. FTE, so all staff are included in these staffing analysis in each school. All staffing, all funds. Okay, and my understanding is that previously, when you would look at them by section, so if you looked at what was at each school, it only included what was funded through the operating budget. Okay, so this budget includes all staff regardless of how they're funded. And that's important because when you get to the school sections, if there is a position, a teacher, let's say in the first grade, that's being funded through a grant, and you don't include that in the school profile, then it'll look like you have so many students in one less section, one less teacher. So you want to include all of that so that you can get a better sense of what your class sizes are. And so that's a pretty common practice for that reason. But know that it's different. So if you're looking at FY24's budget that you'd looked at last year, these numbers are going to look a little bit differently because the accounting of the numbers are done differently, and for those reasons. And then the other thing, and I really need to call this out, because if you look at, because I'm going to share with you, FY24, and you're going to say, oh my goodness, that's a very different number than it was last year. So I'm going to show you how many FTEs are accounted for in the general fund in the following slide. But I do want to say that the way that I've counted the FTE for paras is different than that you did last year. So what has been the practice historically is to take and say that for every paraprofessional, we're going to allocate, or we're going to determine FTE based on a 7.5 hour day. Well, I think most of us know that classroom paraprofessionals never work a 7.5 hour day. So that really wouldn't be an FTE associated, the proper FTE associated with the position. So what I did is I went back to what is more common practice, which is that FTE is based on position, as opposed to somebody that's working 12 months a year versus somebody working 10 months a year. That it's like comparing apples to oranges. So that what will happen is when we look at this number for FTE and FY24, it's going to make the numbers this year look higher. It's not because we added more staff. It's because we're kind of course correcting so that we're not calling an FTE for a paraprofessional in the classroom as a 0.93. They're a 1.0. It's what they always work. It's not different from school to school. They're not working a 0.93. They're working a 0.93 of somebody who's working a full-time 7.5 hour day, right? So I wanted to call that out so that we can kind of get some of these metrics kind of cleaned up so that we're not seeing like these odd-looking FTE counts that don't necessarily make sense to the common person reading it. Certainly if somebody's working here full-time, you don't want to tell them they're a 0.93 person. Okay, so all that in mind, we'll go to the next slide. One other thing is that the way FY24 is counted and FY25 then is compared to that is identical. Okay, so I went and I cleaned up FY24 first to get your FTE count, and then changed FY25 similarly, so that we're not looking at what you would have looked at last year with a different methodology of counting FTE compared to a new methodology, right? So when you're looking at any of the numbers there for staffing, the FTE is calculated the same way for FY24 and FY25, okay? And then we'll do that going forward. So you'll have, next year we'll have this year, and we'll have next year, and we'll have FY24. So you'll start to be able to see some longitudinal data that's consistent moving forward. Okay. So last night's meeting, and this is probably not ideal, but I figured if I could provide you with something, it's better than not being able to provide you with anything. So this breakdown of staffing is not in your budget book, but it does provide you with how many FTE are in the general fund. What is this operating, or you call it here an operating budget, not general fund, you call it operating together. change my language here. So your operating budget is supporting 1,312.8 FTE. Okay, out of that, out of the total of 1466.7. Your grants are funding 113.2 and revolving funds 40.7. Okay, so like BEEP and BASE are revolving fund, a couple of custodians in your use of facility fund, so that would be revolving funds. And then grants, you have your IDEA grant, you have your Title I, you have your METCO grant. So those are the types of grants that you have that fund actual staff that are here each and every day providing support and services to the students here. So again, I gave on the slide again, reiterating the difference in the FTE count. So if you're going back to last year's FY24 budget, it's not going to be the same number. And so I just want to say it over and over again, it's not going to be the same number. Nothing's changed except for how we're counting. Okay? Yep. Did I get it backwards? I might have gotten it backwards. I'm sorry. A labeling issue. Yes. Okay. So apologize. I will fix the slide before we go publish it. I'll double check that.
I mean, if this is correct, you have new positions 8.2 and then you say each is revolving.
Yes, yes, I see. I have them backwards. Yeah. Do you see that? Can I point?
Yeah.
I'll be Dana White. Yeah, these are reversed. This should be in the operating budget. I have them reversed. I shifted them because I thought we should have one on the top and I didn't shift the other number when we did the chart. Apologies. Does everybody see that? Okay, yeah. That's what happens when you're just going great guns to get ready for the meeting.
Sorry, for those of us who are remote, could you say again what the error was?
Yes, sure. So if you're looking at this slide, it's titled Staffing by Funding Source. If you look under the new column, the 14.4 should be listed under the revolving fund, and the 8.2 is associated with the general fund or your operating budget.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yep. And the other thing I'll call out, just for those of you who are number geeks, is you'll say, yeah, but it's, 22.7, but on the other page it's 21.7. It's because we have reduced an FTE at the district level for HR. And I'm just showing you what's new, not what we've removed. Okay, next slide, please. So what's new? What's the 8.2, right? I mean, that's the next logical question, I think. And so this is what's new. Last year during the override, the community supported the addition of an associate athletic director. So that was known and expected for this year. And if you look at the back in the appendix, you'll see a draft of the job description for that position. There is one additional FTE for a first grade paraprofessional at the Pierce School. There's some section shifting you'll see where as we move the cohorts, maybe we reduced a section, we collapsed, I guess you call it collapsing here. You collapse a section and you added a section. So we might have moved, staffing to go along with the cohort, and a smaller cohort comes up. In this case, the cohort coming up from the kindergarten at Pierce School was higher, and so the principal wanted to add a first grade teacher. She removed, she collapsed a section in another grade.
Sorry, would you mind, if you're going to talk, would you mind just going out? Thank you.
Yep. So she collapsed a grade, but when you introduce a kindergarten class or a first grade class, then it's our practice to include a paraprofessional for each of the kindergarten and first grades. So therefore, when adding a first grade, you add a para, and so it didn't net out in that way. At the middle school, the Baker School, we're including in our proposal here the addition of an English teacher at the middle school level. And then a .2 guidance counselor at Lawrence. And this is not to add a person, but rather they have a .8 FTE that they'd like to bring full time. And then at the high school, as mentioned earlier, there's an addition of 5 teachers at the high school. Yes.
Is it okay to ask questions? You had earlier in the executive summary.
Sorry.
Earlier in the executive summary, you had this point that of the 5 teachers, 1.05 will be like in a reserve.
Yes.
So does that mean that they're basically planning for 4 teachers or what? I just didn't understand
Yes.
that.
Thank you for asking. So they were able to identify an increase of 0.8 that they were going to allocate to the core subject areas, except in English it was 0.75. And they wanted to hold in abeyance 1.05 of the 5 FTE until enrollments occurred. And then they would know where to allocate based on student interest. So there's a piece there that they're committing 0.8 in math, science, social studies, English 0.75 for those, and it might be a world language. I'd have to look at their chart to be clear. But yeah, they're holding, 1 FTE and for the same reason, right? I mean, you don't know where the enrollments are going to be, and if you have more kids that are enrolling in AP classes, then they'd have the ability to go ahead and accommodate that and keep our class sizes in balance. Thank you for asking. Okay. So we're rounding the corner here. So the next section, so now we've done enrollment, we've done staffing. Now we're going to talk about the expense side. And again, I'm going to say again, and I know this is a broken record, but I have to say it because I want to make sure that people aren't, overly analyzing some of the numbers that are there, because there's not going to be true meaning there. And Stephen called this out last night. So why are we doing this, if it's confusing? And it's not to confuse, it's because we're in transition. And part of this is to get you familiar with a format that we'll be using moving forward. And so I'm going to say that we created the we looked for the future, right? And we said for FY25, when we develop this budget, we're going to do some work here so that when we open FY25, we're more in line with what we should be in terms of our long-term vision for alignment with state standards for accounting. And then therefore, as we're moving forward, we can have good, clean data that's reported in a consistent format, not only consistent internally, but consistent with practices across the state. So it just makes it wonky this year, and I can't unwonky it. I can't realign FY24 while we're in the middle of FY24. Nobody will know where anything is, so I've got to wait until FY24 closes, and when it closes, then we'll map those expenses to the new account format, so that when I present next year, 24 will look similar to 25, and then we'll be creating 26 consistent with that formatting. So it's just, there's nothing I can really do to make it better this year, but just to call it out and say, don't get too concerned about that. And there are some, clear areas where information was absolutely recorded as a district expense, and it should have been a building level expense, and where I could say so, I did. BEEP is one of those, and you'll see that when you get further into that. Okay. The next piece is this, the migration from the centralized system, which is program-based, to a decentralized site-based model per the Ed Reform Act of 1993. I've talked about that. Don't need to repeat myself too much there. Again, the reporting and accounts between 23, 24, and 25, different accounts, right? So there was this effort to make this transition. They'd never fully realized it. And so 23 chart of accounts looks different than 24. And 25 actually is the next iteration of what 24 was attempting to do, but didn't quite get there. But it's going to make it look confusing. Okay, is there anything?
Can I just make one comment?
Yes.
The 25 chart of accounts is the chart of accounts. Like, we're done with migrating the chart of accounts at that point.
There may be a few minor
things, right? But
right.
It's
but this is
good.
basically it. Yeah. And one of the things that might change is that we don't have account codes to go with the chart of accounts, right? And so that's going to be the next level of work that we have to do. And so it might come in a different order, but we tried to get the titling so the language piece is similar. And then what we're including in each account. I gave you in the back of the document, I gave you an explanation of what's in each line. That stuff should remain pretty much the same. Okay.
But also going forward, if you have to make a change, you'll actually know that you're making a change and be able to tell people, oh, this expense was classified here, but something has changed, and so
Yes.
it's moved here. So we'll have more consistency either way. Even if something has to move, we'll all know about it. And
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then there's a couple of areas that I'm not clear enough yet in order to be able to know how to allocate them. So as I learn more, then I can clean it up a little bit more. But an example of that is conservatory. I haven't been able to take a deep dive into conservatory. I know we provide it, but I have staffing in the district level still because it's not clear to me exactly how we're supposed to handle that. So until I know, I don't want to move it and then move it and move it. I want to really understand it and move it once. So there's still additional work that will take place this year as I learn more about Brookline. And how to migrate the rest of these expenses forward. But I don't want to keep moving and moving and moving. And I want to understand fully and then make, targeted and strategic moves, towards our ultimate goal. So I'll still have to do refinement. I'm not done. But what we did try to do is start the language piece so that we're all talking and you get familiar with the vernacular we'll be using moving forward. Okay. So now money, all of that. Okay, this is really, really tiny, but it's important. And one of the things I think that's hard is the more accounts that you have, the harder it is to process. So what I tried to do is, take major expense categories. What are we spending our money on? And I would argue to provide these kids with these wonderful opportunities they shared with us tonight. But what is the biggest expense we have? We're a service organization. Salaries, right? Salaries. So the majority of our budget hangs in the salary lines. And then the next largest categorical expense that we have is tuition. So you can see that that's, I think, 5 million. I can't see it this far. My eyes are too little. It's too little for my eyes to read, especially in dark color. So I'll have somebody else shout out what the number is. Thank you very much. And then transportation, that's the next bucket that we spend a lot of money on. And so this is transportation to have students brought to school and then at home. And it also includes transportation costs for those kiddos that are attending school in private placements. And so transportation costs us a lot of money, and it's not just us, right? It's a huge expense to schools. It's not a Brookline thing. But one of the things we are doing in this area is our new finance director is working with the town and our transportation coordinator to develop a bid. So we'll be going out to bid in the next week or so. So maybe even before the budget process is over, we might have some better news about what the cost of our transportation will be moving forward. The next category is contracted services. In your budget, in the document, I tried to give titling that was not so lengthy, because otherwise this would be even harder to read. But you'll notice an account called Technical and Professional Services. It's basically contracted services. So technical would mean, copier maintenance and things like that, repairing your microscopes and all of that. And professional services would be when we have to hire experts, to help us in some way, shape, or form, sometimes filling gaps in staffing, things like that. Our custodial contract is a great example of that. So we have some in-house staff that's in the salary lines, and then we have some supplemental contracted services that we pay for as well. So those are examples there. What's the amount on that, Stephen, if you can? I can't.
I'm sorry, which category, Susan?
Contracted services.
2.8 million.
Thank you. And the next category.
2 million for supplies.
Thank you. You go, Stephen, you go. If you could go ahead and read those, because those are the big categories we already really read.
2 million for supplies, 1.5 million for textbooks and tools, 1 million for leased computers, 760,000 for legal, 456,000 for professional development, and all other is $325,591.00.
Yeah. So I think that gives you a sense of, always I say, our money is going to be with staff and all of the support services that are needed in order to be able to deliver the services. And there isn't a lot of, there's a lot more fixed costs than there are variable costs. And it's just the nature of the beast. So hopefully that gives you a better sense in this kind of a summary form where our money is going. The total budget ask for this proposed budget is $138,642,889 and represents an increase of just over 6%. Next. So major cost drivers, what is causing this 6% increase, Yikes. So breathing costs, again, most of the increase are sitting in your salary line. So breathing costs, that means, the costs associated with just rolling forward you're the same staff this year into next year, based on the collective bargaining agreements. So that is typically, we call that steps and lanes and COLA, that we're estimating to be, $500,000. Or 4% of the 6% increase.
$5 million.
Did I say that wrong?
You said 500,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Would have been a bargain. Thank you. New position. Yeah, that would be, yeah. You should be dancing. Be like, this new person is awesome. We love her. New positions is 560,000. And that's all those positions I listed. Again, the cost of the BEAT program is coming out of that revolving fund. So the additional. Pardon?
The net 7.2 to 8.2 positions minus the one HR.
Correct. So on this, again, this is just what is new. I was trying to go with what's new that's driving costs. But yeah, we have some savings on the other side. And this isn't I'm not giving you everything, I'm just giving you the major. Last night, people asked, what are the major things that are driving it? And it really is salaries and staffing. But I also thought people might ask, what is the impact of the new position? So I figured I'd separate it into the two categories for you, not make you have to work or ask. And then mandated legal services is the other piece. So, almost $2 million. So that's, 1.5% of the 6%. So those are the major cost drivers. And so if we're, as Dr. Guillory said, as we contemplate things that, maybe we'd like to be able to do, then it has to be weighed against what we have here, and it's always going to be the case. So this is nothing new or unique here. We always have to make choices. We're a public entity, and so there's never going to be enough money to do everything we want when we want to do it. So we have to make choices. That doesn't mean we can't get everything that we want in the long run. It just means we can't have it all right here, right now in this moment, because we have to plan accordingly, and we have to make sure that we're able to garner the resources we need in order to make those additional investments. So that is the slide.
Could I add one thing on the cost drivers?
Sure.
If that would be okay. Sorry to interrupt, but it just really struck out at me. It's not within our budget, but within the budget of the town is the drivers for healthcare, which I think they're estimating at 8% this year. Is that correct? The increase? And so that then takes money away from what's available for the schools in terms of our bottom line.
Right. And that's a really good point. So what Helen's referring to is all of the costs that the town bears on our behalf that aren't showing up in this budget. So the costs associated with facility repairs and things like that don't show up in our budget. That shows up in the town side budget. And so health insurance, workers' comp, unemployment, all of that are additional expenses that the town carries for all employees of the town of Brookline. So thank you for calling that out, Helen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so, here's some of the things that, were on our mind that are not included in the proposal, but we're still noodling. And that is, of course, our peer school. Thank you very much to the taxpayers and the community for approving the building project. But what that also means is that our peer school is going to shift to a two-school model next year. So middle schoolers will be going over to the Fisher Ave campus, and the elementary students over to the old Lincoln School. And so as we split, we're thinking about staffing, and it's perhaps we're going to need additional nursing, and how are we going to fund that so that we have a nurse available at both schools, where you'd have enough if they're in one, but now that you're in two, you're not sharing the same support staff. So we're thinking about that. Also in OSS, as you know, a lot of the cost drivers associated with the mandates sit in that area. And so looking at expanding opportunities, and balancing that against, can we bring our kiddos in? I mean, we want to have kids educated here if we can. And is there programming we can add here in order to better support our kids locally? And so I know that our deputy in OSS is looking hard and has some ideas there. So we weren't able to fully process that in time for this, but that's another thing on our
Can I
mind.
just clarification? Expanded services, the idea is new in-district programs that, okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, so what what Ms. O'Connell is talking about there, so these were the two items that I referenced or referred to in my initial remarks there. First, looking at Pierce and understanding, as Dr. Givens has shared, what impact a dual campus model would have, but we're also thinking about enrollment. So when enrollment shifts, what impact might that have on the current staffing there? But at the what's currently being drafted is sort of, you could call it a modified or 6 through 8 Winthrop model for grades 6 through 8. We know that when Pierce comes online, there's a space for a program, or was designed in the building, but we're thinking about bringing that or turning that on sooner and leveraging space at Driscoll to accommodate that. So that's again one of the choices, hard choices that we're going to have to examine as we go through the budgeting process. How do we make room for to be able to return our students back to in-district if we're able to do that, and providing this staffing supports that will be needed there. And then Susan also mentioned the OSS transportation costs and those going out to bid. We have money in the budget right now for that, but we don't know at this juncture if it's enough to cover transportation, because right now our model is projected at a much higher rate as such. And so we're going to put the contracts out to bid and hope that they come in lower than what we've projected as a model. And then truly understanding the impact of this 14% from OSD last year. There was a change in what the private tuition could charge districts. Typically that had been around 2% increase per year. And last year it was increased for 14% for this year. And so we're fully assessing what that financial impact is having on us. So these are two examples of additional requests that are waiting to come in, that we will have to go through and look at everything in totality to say, how then do we make this work, given that we're currently over the current allocation, knowing that it may go up a little bit as we go through the budgeting cycle, but we also have to keep in mind not recreating also a challenge that we just solved for, which was getting from under a structural deficit. So that's why I made the statement that there are going to be hard choices and decisions that come before this committee in terms of just sort of reconciling that, and not, there are things that we do to just say, these are one-time costs, and that can just but that kicks the can down the road. And so how then do we set ourselves up for longer term financial success and transparency there?
Natalia, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Givens.
Thank you, Dr. Givens. I have a question on the Pierce School staffing for split campus, and also, for example, transportation. Would that be under this budget or under the override that was like what falls under the new building kind of budget? Like, shouldn't that fall, like it's part of project budget? Yeah.
Yeah. So under the building project is the additional cost of transportation and moving expenses, but not the staffing piece.
Brian?
Just on the additional considerations, I would just flag that in the guidelines too, we talked about the life of the school policy and the adoption of the to budget for the costs in the year following the adoption of the policy. And I don't know that the policy would be adopted this year, but it seems to be at least taking a more recognizable form. So I think it might be also just worth adding it to your list of things you're thinking about that may be needed.
Stephen?
Thanks, David. Thanks, Dr. Gibbons. I thought that was another excellent presentation tonight.
You're so kind.
I have a couple of clarification questions and then a couple of questions. In the area of alignment with the guidelines, first, BHS staffing. In the curriculum subcommittee meeting, Hal Mason made an offhand mention of needing another 10 FTEs to avert the problems we faced this year. Was the budget request for 5 FTEs a revision of that request, a more precise revision of that request, or was that what was allotted to the initial request? I guess that's really a question for you, Dr. Guillory.
Well, actually, they submitted it to Susan, but I believe the submission was 5.
Yeah,
The submission was 5, so that request was granted in full.
that's what they had asked for.
Okay, so it's fully aligned with the budget guideline. Great. Question number 2.
We'll have to see the data next year.
Mhm.
Right. I mean,
Well,
based
it's
on
fully
our
aligned
projection for
so far
enrollment.
that we're providing what is asked for so that according to their best projections, we're not, great, we're
Based on the
mitigating.
enrollment projection that we provided, which was just rolling it up, rolling up the cohorts. So if something changes wildly that we don't know about, then, then
Okay.
at least we have the 1.0 to,
My concern was that I was worried that we were giving them half of what was requested.
this is what they requested.
Great. Question number 2 about alignment. The OEE staffing budget. It says here that OEE has requested expanded resources and supports for district staff, including equity leads for each school. I didn't see staff other than equity leads for each school. Was there, because it was 2.0 FTE last year and 2.0 again this year.
Correct.
Is there any additional staffing request that was made? Or is there any additional staffing plan that wasn't fully captured either in the budget book or in this presentation?
No, what she requested is funded and it's for stipends. So it's not, stipends don't count as FTEs. So I believe she has money for 22
at 2K
yeah.
per school lead. So I just wanted to when I saw it including, I thought perhaps the equity leads weren't the totality of that expansion of staffing,
So
but
the
it
way it was
really
worded
is.
was a little confusing.
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I understood it. Okay,
Okay.
those are my 2 clarification questions.
Okay.
No, I have one more clarification question. What does 1.0 paras represent now? What does it actually mean?
It means that they work a standard school day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And previously the 0.93 was what?
So I'll try to be as succinct as I can. So the para contract is what was driving the way that the FTEs were calculated. And one of the things that's very unusual about your para contract is it includes people that really aren't paras. And so, for example, the IT tech people are in the para contract. Well, those people work year round and they work a 7.5-hour day. So somewhere along the line, I think the idea was that if the contract says in the contract, it says a full-time day is 7.5 or 7 or 8 or whatever it says a full-time is, then they were using that. So that position of IT support desk is not the same as a para. They don't work a school day. They work beyond a school day. So the FTE of 9.3 was the regular standard para against what the IT personnel were working. So it was a little wonky, right? It should be, your FTE should be based on like position. And so that's what I've kind of corrected for.
Okay, I don't fully understand that, but I feel like I should take up more time trying to understand it in this meeting. I'll listen to this later and
Yes,
think about it.
yeah, maybe we can, I'll try to explain it better.
Last small remark is, and this is following up on Ben Birnbaum's comment last night. I think a prefatory note to this budget book stating that that FY23 numbers are not apples, that comparing FY23 to FY24 numbers, especially in cost centers, adding it at the very beginning of the budget book, I think is my suggestion, because I think it's going to be a lot of people's temptations to do so. And given the sheer amount of rationalization, the rationality that went into preparing this budget book and bringing us into alignment with state cost categories, I would hate for someone to look at this and say, hey, these numbers don't line up.
I know.
So I really want to bring to any casual skimmers attention that fact right immediately upon looking at the budget book. So that's just a suggestion.
Happy to do that.
Okay, and here's my one substantial comment. And this is partially for Dr. Fortuna also. So our highest priority curriculum review right now, as everyone knows, is the English Language Arts review, and it's likely going to have curriculum purchase and professional development purchase consequences. So, and as you may also know, the Globe has been running a series on literacy, and Brookline is one of the districts that have been rated to have low quality curriculum, so that even further suggests to me that we're going to need to make a curriculum purchase, and I want to make sure that we have adequate professional development to support the rollout and uptake of that curriculum. I spoke with neighboring districts that have made that shift, and I spoke with Catherine Tarka, the DESE literacy lead for the state, just to get a sense, just to ballpark those costs. I know that in Reading, they made an investment of $2.2 million over 4 years to make that shift. When I spoke with DESE, she quoted me figures from all upwards of $1 million just for the curriculum purchase alone, and for the PD to support that anywhere between $50,000 to over $100,000 per year, depending on the package and the contractor. All very substantial costs.
Right.
I think everyone knows how urgently I think this issue affects Brookline and everyone. I just want to make sure that this is adequately budgeted, given that this is also the highest priority curriculum review topic. Can you speak to what is in the OTL budget for literacy curriculum investment?
I will turn the mic over to Dr. Fortuna to answer that question.
Thank you.
So as I replied to your email earlier, Stephen, I want to be transparent with everybody. We do have money budgeted around $900,000 that would allow us to purchase the curriculum materials. When we were trying to be fiscally responsible and cutting back on enhancements, we cut back on the professional development piece of it. Which is something that we could and probably should consider putting back in. But with the competing priorities at the time when we were cutting things, that's how we landed where we were.
I have a follow-up to that.
Thanks, Dr.
Is there any chance we're going to get money from the state for this? I know the governor just said yesterday that she's going to put money into it, into literacy across the state.
So I talked to DESE about that today, asking if Governor Healy's speech had any ramifications for grants. And so she said it's early to tell, but previously they targeted low-income districts for the grants, and the topic for the grants has yet to be determined. So it's something that we couldn't really count on.
Okay.
But it is also a really substantial amount. So if it is available, it's well-timed for Brookline.
And we will pursue it.
Yeah, and we would pursue it. I guess bearing in mind Dr. Guillory's wise remark that I cannot advocate for something without advocating to take something out. I think this is high enough priority to advocate for, so I will scrutinize the budget to advocate to take something out.
Can I ask a question, David?
Sure, go ahead, Helen.
So obviously we couldn't do all the PD in 1 year for the literacy, I'm assuming. What is the cost that Dr. Fortuna, that you would estimate for the first year of PD with whatever new curriculum we're using?
Our first year rollout would only be for grades K through 3, and the cost associated that we ballparked by talking to different publishing companies that would support the implementation was about $200,000.
Oh, okay. All right, that's, I was worried what it was going to come up to. That may be feasible.
All told, in order to do a full implementation and do it correctly, it would be about $940,000 K to 3.
Okay, but my sense is you couldn't do the whole system at once, K to 3.
No, that would just be K through 3.
So
That
wait,
amount.
Wait, you
It's
said
about
K
nine-
through 3 through twice. You said 940 was K through 3.
Yes, 940 would be K through 3.
So what's the 200?
The 200 would be professional development. The 940 would be the professional development, all the supplemental materials,
Okay.
any online materials. So in order
Oh,
to
but
do
you
a full
already have-
implementation.
I'm sorry, but you already have the 900,000 in the budget.
We have 900,000 budgeted for literacy as a whole for the system. That would just be K through 3.
That being the
Yes.
different 900,000.
Yes, the numbers are similar, but they're different.
Okay, that's what I was trying. So if it's starting at K through 3, you could feasibly do use all that money for K through 3 if you determined you wanted to do that, and needed another 200,000 for the professional development.
Sorry,
Correct?
but the literacy as a whole also includes staffing costs. So it's not earmarked for a one-time curriculum purchase.
No, that is all in curriculum and supplies.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, great.
yes, staffing is separate.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
misunderstood.
Okay.
All right, anyone else have related questions on literacy or OTL budget items?
Just to finish that out, so where is that reflected in the budget proposal?
It's spread all among the school budgets right now. I know the number because I know what our literacy director went in to the budget with, and I know that was included into the budget. If you add up each school's allocation right now, you should get there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry to be dense. Each school's allocation of what?
Literacy.
Where is there a line for literacy? Okay, so we can't add it up. Okay.
Oh,
If
sorry.
we add it up, we can't add it up. Okay.
It's not a program budget anymore.
Right. Right. Okay.
But each school has a PD line, I mean, training line.
Yes.
Is that dedicated to literacy, or that's just their total for the, because it's something like, depending on how many staff they have, it's between 10 and 25,000 or something. Okay. And so do they have to use some of that for literacy, or is that?
We could mandate that some of that would be used for literacy.
Okay.
All right, so a few more macro level questions that I have. Getting back to the discussion regarding high school staffing for a moment. So I'm hearing that it was actually 5 FTEs requested, ultimately not 10. But in terms of the line you have regarding returning to prior practice of holding reserve funds for a limited number of staff, for next year, is that the one FTE, or is this in addition to that? The reserve fund for.
It's included in the 5 at the high school level. At the elementary school, there are some sections you'll see as you go through that are under the guideline, right? Because we'll need to make adjustments, but we're not really sure where to make them. So we made the choice when we developed the budget to just kind of follow the cohort practice, even though, for example, at the Pierce School, we may not realize the same number of students enrolled there. They may migrate out to some other surrounding schools, and so we may need to move section money over there. So there is a little bit of flexibility. You'll also see, like at the Baker School, this is at the elementary level, that we have a little bit of flexibility there. Again, with the Hancock Village, we're not entirely sure. We think we've captured that, but we wanted to leave a little bit of flexibility there. If that doesn't materialize and it does someplace else, then we'll be able to kind of make some course correction as we get into the spring and we do some enrollment we gather more enrollment information. So there's two places you see us meeting that guideline really clearly is at the high school with that 1.05, but we also have a little flexibility at the elementary level.
Okay,
on the high
sure.
s-
Go
just
ahead, Suzanne.
On the high school piece, on the high school page, the 0.8 positions in each of the content areas, I believe. That's just an odd number to have to hire. I mean, isn't it hard to hire for 0.8 positions, or they don't want it at 1.0?
I didn't have time to pursue the thinking behind that, but we can certainly, we can have the high school provide us with additional information in upcoming.
But also, Susan, I think that they have a lot of people who are either fractional in administrative positions or just fractional overall. So I think it might be less of a oddball than you might worry.
Okay, well, I don't want to worry if I don't have to, but it just, there's, they say there's like a shortage of science teachers and a shortage of math teachers. And, if you're offering someone a 0.8 and they can get a 1.0 someplace else, they'll probably take.
But I think also Hal and Anthony, when they actually see these things, they reallocate their overall FTEs also. Like they might make decisions to add and subtract in different places too.
I was just curious why they did that.
Yeah, I think, some of that patch money of the 1.0 could be married up to the 0.8, depending on what we see with student enrollment. And likewise, maybe you don't need a 0.8 in social studies. Maybe you need only a 0.6, and so then you have the other FTE.
Right,
but
so it's more of a
at this point,
placeholder.
at this point, we don't have, students haven't signed up for courses. And so we really are just providing some, cursory information about if we added the FTE here, knowing that in the core areas, we had some challenging class sizes that, that we're committed to making sure that those class sizes are improved next year, however the enrollment in courses pans out.
In terms of the selection of 5 FTEs with one sort of being held over, if we were to model that number to this fiscal year, would that resolve the classroom size issue? So if we had 5 more FTEs right now, would we be seeing as many classes that have 30 or more students?
Well, I would suggest not, because we're looking at a similar enrollment overall between the 2 years. So I think mathematically, it makes sense that it would address it. However, if you're in the middle of your, offering the courses or in an AP class right now, and you're already in January, making a shift like that would be much more disruptive to learning than it would be. And can you find somebody at this time of year? And can you shift people around within your organization? I think they did a lot of that calibration already.
And in terms of methodology of how these requests were devised, did such modeling take place where you sort of look at where is the present need this year, enrollment next year is close to identical, the -2, and is that how these numbers were selected, or was there other rationale?
That's my understanding. I had provided each with this, kind of roll-up forecast for enrollment, so all of them had that information. And when we sat down and we went over, what the staffing implications would be for that, we had that information. So, I didn't sit down with them and watch them do that, but that was my understanding. I did spend quite some time looking at it. So I believe that to be so. We can certainly confirm.
Okay. And then another question I have following up on something that Stephen addressed. So Stephen had asked about the 22 equity leads. So, and you mentioned, I believe, that they would be funded through stipends. Correct? So that's why there's not really a direct FTE ramification. But in terms of costs associated with it, so $44,000, is that $44,000 the cost of the sort of the procedural mechanics of what these equity leads would do that goes beyond the stipends, or is that the stipend cost? Are there additional costs associated?
Great question. Thank you for asking that. So it is for the stipend piece, and then you'll see down below the salary line, there's also money for professional development and some general supplies and materials to be able to be used by them in service to advancing our equity goals.
And similarly, the $60,000 for the system equity audit, is that 60,000 again, sort of just the raw costs of actually performing the audit itself, or is that all inclusive?
That I don't know the answer to, but I can get back to you on that.
Just meaning, for instance, if there are certain programmatic costs that would be part of the audit, or if there's a consultant who needs to be brought on to perform part of it, is all this within the 60,000? Or is the 60,000 referring to just sort of logistical costs?
I think it's to hire a consultant, if that's what you're asking, to come in and perform an audit, or a team of consultants to come in and do that. And then provide us with, you know, a report, an assessment.
Okay, and do we know specifically what they would be looking for, or does that relate to a prior presentation we had about sort of doing an overall assessment of what the needs are through surveys?
I would have to speak to the executive director for EEO in order to answer that question, but we can follow up, yeah.
All right, and then one other question I have that's outside of Office of Equity, in terms of contracted services. So we see that's at about 2.8 million. And I understand that we're moving toward a cost center based budget. And so there are some benefits to that, obviously, about seeing what the costs are for each building, but at the same time, it might make it a little more difficult to track what exactly those contracted services are if we see them broken up by school. So is there any sort of quick and easy way to see what's exactly in that line item?
Well, one of the reasons why I provided the account descriptions in the backs is so you'd have concrete information about what would be included in that. So like, and it depends on what cost center you're looking at. So at the school level, you know, if you're looking at the facilities, for example, right, or you're looking at A&F, it would include the contract for cleaning. I call that out in my narrative so that you understand exactly what is being funded in that line. That might be different. You're not going to see cleaning services, which would be professional and technical services, showing up in the high school budget for that. So it would vary, like the description would be the same, but the category would be the same, but the description might be different depending on what cost center you're seeing that show up in.
Okay.
So, yeah, and we can, you know, as we get better and learn more about how to prepare our narratives consistent with this new way of approaching our budgeting, we can create more robust narratives to better explain that so the reader really understands what is in the line. So we can absolutely do that moving forward.
All right, thank you. Suzanne?
Thank you. So Susan, could you just talk a little bit about the process about coming up with the budgets at the school level? Did the principals come, the administrators come and say, go through a process where they explained what they needed and justified where they're putting their staff, or was it more just, we're going to do what we did last year and maybe I need a 0.2 extra guidance? Do you know what I'm asking?
I think I do. I
Okay.
do. So the budget season kicks off by creating these forms. You know, we send them out to all budget managers, so principals, coordinators, myself, superintendent. We all get them, and so folks then review what they're requesting, and we give them information about spending, and you know, how spending landed in each category in 23, what was funded in 24, you know, the amounts, and then we leave a blank space for them to put that in, and then you know, we ask them to provide us with some notes about what they're including in that. So that's kind of what we ask for. And then the process we use this year, the three deputies met, and we thought, since we're all new for one, and I believe this is a learning process for everybody always, no matter how long you're here, that each of us as deputies met with those that reported to us, all the cost center managers, and we reviewed their budgets with them so that we would understand and we could refine what they were asking for, because we may see stuff at our level that we are aware of that needs to happen that may not be reflected in there. So there's this dialogue and conversation. And so that process happened. The principals, you know, filled out their segment of the budget. We met individually. The senior leadership met with each principal and They were the ones that provide us information about what they saw from a staffing perspective. I worked with the principals. In fact, it was mainly the principals and I that put together the staffing rosters. So that was really work that was done directly with them and has been done between the principals and I. And at the district level, you know, obviously the principals and I are putting together Jody's staffing plan. I work with Jody and Lisa as well on that. So it really is a process where we build it, you know, we're starting this practice of building it up, right? Building it up and engaging in dialogue. Now, it's a little different than it's similar and a little different than what had been done in the past. I tried to parallel to the extent that I could what you'd done in the past, so it'd be familiar to people. I didn't want to come in here and then change everything and confuse people. So I did try to somewhat follow the same process that you had so I could observe, and then I can make recommendations moving forward that would be additive and not disruptive. So yeah, so the principals were involved, and then everybody went away from the holiday, and I kind of rolled everything up and worked with the finance team. We tried to roll everything up, and then when we got back, we met again with the principals. We had, you know, several hour meeting, and we went over and I said, yikes, you know, and here we are, right? And so some of the things they requested, I go through this process with, you know, these are the things it's the red light, green light, yellow light exercise, I call it. So we were, you know, we said these are green light, means that they're incorporated into the budget proposal now. These are things, as we put at the bottom of the slide, that we're like, you know, we're still chewing on, but we're not really sure how we're going to fund it. And then there's other things that the time, space, and sequence for that does not align with what our focus areas are for the year. So they were very, very much involved in that. And as senior leadership, we met as well, you know, and had conversation about, you know, what kinds of things, you know, we felt we could move forward, and then we made some adjustments based on those priorities and your guidelines. So that's what happened. That was the process that we used, and you know, I will use a different process next year based on what I learned this year and what I thought, you know, maybe worked well, and what might be more inclusive and help principals as we transition from centralized to the site-based.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful.
Yep.
To hear. And so we did get just an example. I think we got an email from a parent concerned about I don't even remember the school, but in a particular school losing their literacy interventionist or coaches, and I don't know if it's true. You know, and so we didn't know how to respond, of course, to that email. But you know, I was just wondering if that could have happened, or there's misinformation out there, or you know.
Yeah, I mean, there were no actual physical staff reductions in the plan, other than the HR person. There was shifting. I mean, a teacher might have moved from, and we didn't say who it was, right? We just know that a third grade teacher needs to go to the first grader, et cetera. But if you look at the net in terms of teachers at, you know, the K through 5 level, they kind of netted out, you know, sections that were collapsed went elsewhere. But there really was no, exactly. But in terms of any reductions in literacy coaches or specialists in the FY25 budget, no. Yeah. But I know that last year, I believe anyways, I wasn't here, but when you reduced your budget by the 1.85 million, as was promised through the override process and the budget process last year, that some of those were reduced last year. I believe.
I do remember that.
I believe, but not from 24 to 25. Yep.
Thank you.
Mariah?
I guess I would encourage us to make some of these classroom hard choices that you alluded to, Susan, earlier, a little bit earlier in the process. You mentioned, I even mentioned one last night in finance, and I just, you know, flipped through the book and I noticed, for example, I think it's the Pierce Kindergarten has 60 students projected, 4 sections, which would be 15 kids each. And if that was reduced, it would go to 20 kids. And I just took one more flip through and I noticed a couple other places in the district where that's the case. One first grade could go from 66 students in 4 sections, which is 16.5 students, to 3 sections with 22. Another place 84 students in 5 sections could go to 4 sections, and that goes from 17 to 21. And that's 6 FTEs. And I just, I think it's substantial. The class sizes are still very reasonable. Obviously, as you say, there's going to be spaces where we possibly need to plug in, but I feel like there's a lot of priorities and carrying forward legacy sections as we perhaps have done in many spots, where in other places I know that I recall there have been maybe some reductions as well. So I just would like us to push a little bit harder on that and maybe sharpen the pencil a little bit more, a little bit earlier in the game, because the last slide you had does have a lot of really important priorities, and we're going to have to free up space if we're going to make them work. So, and we're already still $1 million in the hole at this point. So I guess I'd like to see us in service to the strategic plan and to these things, really don't delay those decisions too late in the game. This is the period of time during the year in which we have to talk about these things and make the hard decisions. And I'd like to make them early, to rip off the Band-Aid, and then to really build time to and momentum around some of these other programs that we think will really elevate some of our work. So that's my vote.
Absolutely. And I think, one of the big challenges this year was taking an enormous amount of information that was and trying to make sense of it myself so that I could present something to you that at least I could stand here. You could ask me a question I could answer, right? When you have this variation in your data and you don't have one source of data that's accurate that you can rely on, you're having to pull information from 5 different places. It's really difficult to pull that together. But now that I have a baseline, we'll be able to move forward quicker. So, and the other thing that's a real challenge is that it's so early to present a budget. I've thought early was like the beginning of the second week of February. That was like super early. Like I've never seen a school district present a budget the second week of January. So that really chops off this engagement time that you would normally have as you try to process, what does this mean? And in order to really make meaningful choices, you have to have your enrollment data queued up, you have to have your staffing data queued up, you have to make sure that that's clear and crisp and clean, and then you pull it together, and that's when I start to be able to see that. I didn't even have myself time to sit down until 2 days ago to sit down and see, how does this work? I was so busy trying to tie all my numbers together throughout the document that even I didn't have the time to do that part. So I hear you, and we'll be better positioned to be able to do that a little earlier. And maybe as we put together the calendar next year, we could push it out. Even 1 week would be a little helpful, but I don't know if that's possible. I'll know by the time we get to this budget cycle, I'll understand your cycle better. I honestly am still in my own learning curve, and I don't want to make any recommendations, frankly, for the long run until I've lived through this cycle with you.
All right. Can I just follow up on that question? Oh,
Well, very quickly, but I do want to be respectful of those in the public who sign up for public comment, because we're running 40 minutes behind. So what we can do is we can certainly go back to this discussion and have more questions and answers, because this is very important. And the reason I wanted to do some of this before we went to public comment is I felt that some of our questions and answers would help elucidate.
Happy to hold until after public comment.
I thought it would help clarify for some of our public commenters and others who are watching issues that they may have wanted to address. So I think it was appropriate to do some of that, but I'd like to move to them now, and then we'll go back to us. All right. So first up will be Shenandoah Pond. Okay.
So I feel like I don't really need an introduction at this point, but my name is Shenandoah Pound. I am in my 11th year as a Spanish teacher at the Runkle School, and I'm on the World Language Task Force. I am disappointed to hear that the current budget proposal does not allocate sufficient FTEs to maintain a K-8 World Language program district-wide. The last 2 years, we have not had the FTE we needed to staff the program. And as you know, this has stretched many teachers so thin that they decided to leave, triggering the hiring problem that we're having now. We actually lost another new hire last week. Now the task force is being asked to figure out how many grade levels we will need to cut in order to make the proposed 26 FTEs work. Please know that this staffing plan was not created by the task force and does not come from any recommendation in the review you paid for. It was given to us by central office. The world language team members do not support this plan and had no part in its creation. I spent a lot of time looking at schedules and staffing distribution in the district over the summer. I think some of you have seen the spreadsheet that I created. And assuming next year's total sections look about the same as this year's, which it seems they do, I figured that we need between 27.5 and 28 FTEs total for K-8 world language, and that wiggle room again is related to the scheduling with the peer separation and things, and there can be questions about exactly how to allocate things there. So you heard that, right? The current budget throws away the K-8 world language program to save a grand total of 2 FTEs or less. I sincerely hope you will reconsider this budget so that we have a chance to restore our K-8 program next year. Dr. Guillory has spoken about wanting to run the program more efficiently, yet I believe a consultant is being paid a 6-figure sum this year to help us build curriculum for proficiency targets that will no longer be appropriate if we reduce the scope of the program. Much of our work won't be usable at all and will require yet another curriculum revision, and this just, I believe, 2 years after our first K-12 cohort actually completed the full sequence. So I can't think of anything more inefficient than that. I asked the community, when you voted to support the override last spring, did you think that your vote would protect our program? I certainly did. I hope that you will reach out to leadership and let them know that maintaining a fully staffed K-8 world language program is a priority. And to leaders who are proposing this change, please stop hiding behind the word redesign and call this what it is, a cut.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Isabella De La Torre. I teach Spanish to 4th, 5th, and 6th graders at FRR. This is my 9th year teaching here in Brookline, and I'm here to speak about something that you already know, and that is closely related to what Shen just described. Many times we have come here to tell you about the poor working conditions of the world language teachers across Brookline. As you know well, that's one of the main reasons why so many of my colleagues left the district over the summer to teach in towns around us, several of them. Several of those are very experienced, highly qualified educators who in some cases took a lower paying job just to have a reasonable, it's just what it was, a reasonable workload. And as you know well, because we lost so many teachers so quickly, it has been really hard, nearly impossible to fulfill all the positions we needed to. There are several schools, mine included, that currently do not offer a fully staffed K-8 world language program. In some cases, the schools that do have a fully staffed program, or even those that do not, have world language teachers brutally scheduled, teaching sometimes six different grade levels, sometimes over 15 sections. It is simply not sustainable. Earlier this fall, a school committee member asked a really important question about our program. And I quote, how are we addressing the problem of unattainable schedules? Because if we leave that unaddressed, then we'll be leaving the problem that led to the resignations unaddressed, which will perpetuate the cycle. And that statement is so accurate, and it is exactly what we are seeing now, precisely because the issue of unattainable schedules was not addressed. Not only we have a department with a very high number of new teachers, but we keep seeing resignations because of unsustainable workloads. One of our colleagues that Shan just mentioned left for that reason, and there's some that are planning to leave. It is the same exact cycle. And if we do not address this FTE situation, and if we do not establish parameters that offer some basic protections to world language teachers, we'll keep seeing this happen. Please help us break the cycle, help us retain talent. We have made proposals. We are always willing to sit down and look at scenarios, discuss possibility with principals, think creatively. Will you please make sure that this issue is addressed once and for all? Thank you.
All right, next we have Susan Park.
Good evening. My name is Susan Park. I am a town meeting member from precinct 17. And I do have something written, but I just want to say that because I live in the area where kids go to FRR. And I will say that what they're saying is true, because I know of, like, there was a Spanish teacher who left in the middle of the school year, I believe it was last year, and they couldn't find a teacher. And so they had my friend's son teach because they were so desperate. And I thought, oh my gosh, like that is bad. But as a parent, I heard that a lot. I felt really bad for the students, and I believe it was multiple subjects, not just Spanish. So, but anyway, getting back to why I'm here, I am a select board candidate for the May 7th election. Tonight, you will be voting on the FY25 budget, I think. I'm asking that some funds be allocated towards substance abuse education, specifically marijuana and alcohol in the high school. I confirmed with the deputy for wellness curriculum that there's only one wellness class during one semester in 9th grade in the high school. In the marijuana landscape assessment that was released this past November by Health Commissioner Sigal Reese, we see a drastic jump from freshman year to senior year marijuana use, specifically that 1 in 3 seniors have used marijuana in the last 30 days. This 30% usage rate is very concerning. There's nothing mandatory for sophomores, juniors, and seniors for wellness curriculum. And the 1 in 3 usage rate is showing that marijuana substance abuse education is necessary. More alarming is that our special ed, most vulnerable students, are more susceptible to the marijuana use as well. We know now, as science is catching up to us, that marijuana is addictive, and that it is the youth use before the age of 18, 1 in 6 may get addicted to it. Our numbers at BHS reflect 1 in 3 students are using, which is much worse than I actually thought. Honestly, students may also feel nervous taking the survey, and these stats may really be worse. So I understand, as we all heard tonight, that when you add money to something, you're going to have to take something out. But this is a priority. Drug education, especially with the legalization of marijuana and increased access, is necessary. There are many ways to make this happen if we are creative and we put our heads together. For example, there's advisory for all BHS students. There could be a sophomore, junior, senior series on mental well-being, substance education, educating our students about how to manage stress and anxiety, and the activities and resources to help with stress and the dangers of using marijuana, because THC levels are much higher than they used to be, and there's risk of fentanyl-laced marijuana products. Advisory teachers could share resources and be that voice of reason for our students. These advisory teachers are already in place, so it's just a matter of tweaking it. Talking to who's ever in charge over there to like add curriculum, and so it wouldn't be this, I don't even know if you have to add FTEs, but it's just a matter of prioritizing more, pushing this in somehow. So perhaps with some training, this is a good pathway to reach our students. Recently, as we all heard in the news, a drug dealer was busted by the police and was known to target our BHS students. Our students need resources to equip themselves to navigate this drug scene. And I shared the article with you. So there's edibles, candies, vapes, chocolates, cookies, soda, ice cream, with THC for sale and dispensaries. And students need to know that candies like gummy bears are sold with THC in them. So thank you for being proactive and explicitly putting language in our wellness policies so teachers and admin can work together protecting our youth with strong marijuana and alcohol education. Times have changed, and the marijuana candies look just like regular candies. Our students, as we know, just because I've talked to the social workers at BHS, our BHS students have low risk perception, which makes them more susceptible of trying and using, because the false narrative that is believed by our students is that marijuana really is harmless. But we know that this is not the case. Addiction, what I mean by addiction for our students is that our students are yearning to use it more frequently, not just on weekends, not just for parties, but we are seeing the data, they're using more and more so that it becomes daily, and to some it's all day. Because of the increased access points, drug dealers like what we just saw, more stores all over Boston, I hope you will take seriously allocating some of the budget for FY25 for substance abuse education. Other creative ideas, it's to have mandatory health summits every year so students go and hear from their peer leaders. This is also something that won't cost too much money, because last year there was they had a summit, but it was just peer leaders and stakeholders in the town. It was very successful, and the students last year, they were saying, we really need to have this, but school-wide, so that all the students can get involved and learn. So these are just some ideas. The BHS Health Summit could happen a few days every year, with Anthony Myers allowing a few days. Students have to fill in docs to show that they are participating. They might even have to work on a project that reflects attendance. So these are just other creative ideas, but I can't stress enough that it's, like I talked to the deputy wellness coordinator, and she said there's 7th and 8th wellness education. There's one semester in 9th grade, but that's it. And that's really not enough. And we're seeing that in the student surveys, and just surveying other parents, they also confirm that a lot of the students are probably using more and they just don't want to even take the survey. So the 1 in 3, unfortunately is probably higher. So thank you very much. I hope you will consider this. Thanks.
All right, next up we have Amir Grinstein.
Just before I'll start, a word as a parent at FRR. Last year our kid didn't have like 6 months Spanish teacher, so we can definitely reinforce your fight. So my name is Amir Grinstein, dear school committee. I'm a parent of a BHS graduate. One is currently a sophomore at BHS, and my youngest is at FRR. I'm also teaching at Northeastern University School of Business, studying social and behavioral change. It's kind of relevant to what I'm going to say. So as a parent, first I want to say, to share my gratitude for the recent listening session at BHS for Brookline's Jewish community. I think it was a meaningful, impactful, really useful and timely session. I realized it offered insights and action items for the school leadership, especially about the need in social and emotional support for the Jewish and Israeli students, which we understand already is there's progress in place, and affinity spaces are being reestablished. So thank you to Anthony Myers on that. B, a need in some curriculum change. Oh, you talked about curriculum change. You have hard decisions to make. One of the things that struck me in that listening session is the need to rethink of bringing back Holocaust studies in the Brookline district. And third, the need in teachers training and professional development. Per the latter, given I also teach, and in fact, I developed and teach a class about marketing and society, where I often walk in the minefield, but important space of social impact, social justice, social change, the world of biases, inequality. I'm especially mindful about questions of teacher leadership in the classroom and respectful of how difficult their job is. So I would therefore love or encourage you, if further professional development efforts would address questions such as how teachers should address conflict in class. How can teachers leverage disagreements in class as learning opportunities? How can teachers advocate for perspective taking and help develop a paradoxical mindset among students where competing realities can coexist? As we're focusing on the budget today, as you're working on the budget and at the practical level, I think I identified a welcome increase in the professional development of teacher and teacher training budget over time. My request from the committee is to offer more transparency on how this budget will be allocated and whether the above proposed goals around teachers training and curriculum change are accounted for. I would add one final note in the context of professional development and curriculum change, and this is probably deserves a separate and more detailed conversation. One would argue for these changes to occur, two key things should happen. The first is that the district, the school committee, school administrators would want to lead the change. It all starts at the top, as you all know. And second, that the teacher would be on board with the change. If this is of interest, I can speak more about ways to think about behavioral change next time when I have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Next, we have Ruth Kaplan.
Good evening, everybody. I speak to you tonight as a lifelong resident of Brookline, as a former school committee member whose daughters graduated from Heath Hayes and the high school. And I myself am a graduate of the high school and of the Ridley School. I should add that I'm a proud graduate, which I am. I get together periodically with my classmates from elementary and high school, and we reminisce about the formative experiences we had in our schooling and how it shaped our values and outlook on the world. Even though we did not back then have the language of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we were exposed to a school experience that taught us to respect one another despite our religious, ethnic, and racial differences and beliefs, and a system that taught us tolerance and mutual acceptance that crossed socioeconomic, cultural, ethnic, and racial boundaries. When I then went on to attend Wellesley College, I have to admit it was a shock to my public school background that took getting used to. Many of my classmates were from elite private schools where they were not exposed to the same level of diversity that I experienced in Brookline. And I began to appreciate my own public school experience even more. On the other hand, as a Jewish student at Wellesley, I was in a distinct minority, and I often felt alienated and othered. We didn't have the word othered back then, but that's what it was. Not so much out of malevolent intentions, but just out of ignorance of the other. Eventually, I transferred out of that college, in part due to that discomfort that I felt. So why am I talking about all this? I see what is happening at the high school, at Brookline High School, after the brutal terrorist attack of October 7th, as the subtle othering of some Jewish and Israeli students. I want them to get the acknowledgement and attention they need and deserve, to feel safe and acknowledged. I want all PSB students to experience what I experienced as the fulfillment of the American aspiration of a multicultural society where we all share a sense of belonging and equality. The school district budget, particularly in terms of the professional development component, needs to address the meaningful inclusion of all students and of all backgrounds. I have advocated here at the school committee in the past for deep anti-Semitism training, in particular when it is related to the demonization of the Jewish state of Israel. This includes a nuanced understanding of our students' Jewish and Israeli identities, as well as the role Israel plays in that Jewish identity. Our community, the Greater Boston community, has numerous resources. I implore you to dedicate a portion of the professional development budget to training on anti-Semitism. In addition, there needs to be, in my opinion, professional development regarding bias-related bullying and harassment so that our Jewish students, in fact, all of our students, regardless of their backgrounds, feel the full sense of belonging and respect that they are entitled to, thus fulfilling the highest aspirations of what a public school education in America should be about. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Ruvi Kitov.
Dear members of the school committee, my name is Ruvi Kitov. I'm the parent of a senior at BHS. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Last Wednesday, we had a listening session with over 100 Jewish and Israeli parents and caregivers, together with district and high school leaders. I'd like to thank all the school and district leaders that prepared the session and attended it. I'd like to also thank David and Suzanne from the school committee who attended the session. Really appreciate it. Many parents told us later that they felt heard and appreciated the willingness of the administration and the high school staff to acknowledge the pain that was caused and to tackle difficult conversations. At the end of the listening session, the main feedback from the parents was, what comes next? When will we see tangible results and outcomes from this evening? I can share that we're already seeing some activity from the high school. There's an openness to bringing back the affinity spaces during the advisory block. I'm very hopeful that we will be able to see the affinity spaces back soon to help both the Jewish and Muslim students alleviate some of the alienation and pain that they've been feeling in recent weeks. We have not heard back still from the district on the definition of hate speech in the context of anti-Semitism. We need a set of clear, explicit guidelines around hate speech. We've all heard of protests where people have chanted, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That river is the Jordan River and the sea is the Mediterranean. And in my understanding, which I believe is shared by most Jews, this means the entire territory of modern-day Israel should be Palestine, and therefore it denies Israel's rights to exist. Does that constitute hate speech within Brookline Public Schools? Another phrase is globalized intifada, which calls for people from around the globe to participate in rising up against Israel. Since this phrase is most closely associated with the violence of the first and second intifadas, its indiscriminate use encourages targeting institutions and individuals around the world who show support for Israel, including many Jews. Does globalized intifada constitute hate speech within the Brookline Public Schools? And this is not theoretical. You could have tomorrow a protest at BHS. You can have, and I'm sure we are having, fellow students sharing such messages on social media, right? We just heard about a student using the N-word, playing video game, and the staff took very swift action. Will they take the same action when we're seeing hate speech around anti-Semitism? Another clear need that came up in the listening sessions was for curriculum and professional development to combat anti-Semitism and teach about the Holocaust. Unfortunately, and I'm not sure you know that, the Holocaust curriculum, which used to be part of the 8th grade, was removed a few years ago and not reinstated. We need to put attention on anti-Semitism and teaching the Holocaust, and that won't come out of thin air. Since we're now looking at next year's budget, I wonder, where is this going to be addressed? Did the budget draft increase funding for these topics, both around professional development and around curriculum? We need to make sure that we invest in these areas, given what we're seeing in our public schools and society at large. Another related item is the affinity spaces for Jewish and Muslim students. If these will need to continue in future years, that will require additional staffing, which could also require inclusion into the budget. Thank you very much.
Next, joining us remotely, Donna Perry.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, yes. Go right ahead.
Great, thanks, David. I wanted to take a moment first and foremost to thank you, David and Suzanne, Linus and Claire, who I don't think is there this evening, and Jody for joining the listening session at BHS. As Ruvi mentioned, we really appreciated your participation and that of the BHS leadership. I know it was a lot of work, and we're incredibly grateful. Over the past months, you've heard us advocating for essentially 3 focus areas: effective social emotional supports for Jewish students, including a return of the affinity space during advisory, curriculum, PD, and training efforts around anti-Semitism, and hate speech definitions, protocols, and procedures. These focus areas will benefit all students, including Jewish and Muslim students who are feeling alienated, and aligns with PSB's mission to provide every student with an extraordinary education through enriching learning experiences and a supportive community so that they may develop to their fullest potential. We've collected a tremendous amount of data, both from Jewish students and from families at the listening session. We'll be sharing that with you in writing later this week. There are critical areas of concern that require investment and have implications for the budget priorities discussion. There's not necessarily enough transparency for us to assess whether these student-facing priorities are incorporated into the current budget draft. So I would just ask if it's possible for us to be able to see some of the PD and some of the curriculum in the budget requests. It was very clear that folks who came to the listening session are looking forward to specific action plans and outcomes, and Anthony Meyer did release some of that information. Meaning most of the feedback that we received, we sent out a survey to parents and caregivers who attended. Most of the feedback we received via those surveys centered around two themes, like Ruby said. One was, this is the first time we felt heard, which is incredibly positive. And the second one is, what comes next? The other thing that I was curious about was whether there was feedback to the strategic plan via the surveys that was released not too long ago to families, how that was incorporated into the current budget, and whether that data can be made available. I am actually just going to keep my comments really brief and say that this is a moment in time that is an opportunity. I truly believe the budget process is a reflection of our values. And this is where you get to show us that you're listening. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Carolyn Thal.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for all your work. Carolyn Thal, she, her, town meeting member, advisory committee member, 13th year PSB parent. I would like to say, one of PSB's official goals is that every student receives the resources and support they need to take fullest advantage of the opportunities a Brookline education offers. That's a quote from your goals. A Brookline education. Last year, you, the school department staff and elected school committee, asked Brookline voters and taxpayers for a costly operating override to support what a Brookline education offers. You told us, quote, if the override passes, the school district would be able to continue to serve all students at high levels with outstanding academic programs. You said that, quote, without the override, class sizes will increase. So the implicit, if not explicit, promise was that the override would fund proper staffing and class sizes. The override passed handily, but class sizes have exploded at our high school because it's not properly staffed. Class sizes and proper staffing are the bedrock of any school system. What could be more foundational and more impactful than, as your goal states, ensuring that every student is reached and supported? There are many things we'd all like to see more money go to across the district, but BHS has long been the pinnacle and the crown jewel of a Brookline education. It has to be maintained. The community voted for maintenance, not a new normal. Overcrowded classrooms are also a working condition issue for teachers. The budget book says that 5 FTE for BHS can address class sizes and bring them closer to previous levels. The BHS narrative says they need at least 5. I recognize that Ms. Givens just told us that request was for 5, but I want to ensure that that is the absolute need. Because as we also heard at the 11/28/23 curriculum subcommittee meeting, Helen Charlupsky asked, thank you, Helen, how many FTEs would it take to correct this? And the answer was 10. And Suzanne added, it's on all of us that we get this right for next year. I agree. Discretionary funds beyond contractual obligations and fixed costs such as OOD and transportation should be prioritized to ensure full restoration of ideal class sizes at BHS. A few other questions put very quickly are, one, the budget calls for a 56% increase in PD district-wide. I think that the public should have pretty specific explanations around how those funds would be allocated throughout the various cost centers and what exactly this large increase in activities would be. Number two, page 2223 of the budget, if someone could please explain $291,000 additional for cleaning at Driscoll and Pierce. Page 2324, the bus information is not very clear, and I'd like to know if the South Brookline bus is slated to go back to charging at $400 per child. And page 17, if you could please explain what the approximately $500,000 is for claims and settlements. I can also send those in by writing, and I would appreciate if I'm able to get a response. Thank you very much for your consideration and for all your work.
Next, we have Paul Warren.
Hi, good evening. My name is Paul Warren. I'm a member of the Select Board. However, I am speaking this evening as a parent of 2 K-8 students in the Brookline Public Schools. I have a kindergartner at Lawrence and a 4th grader. First, I would like to welcome Susan to the team. She did an outstanding job, and I look forward to hearing more from her on budget and planning and refining the process, which certainly we could use. First, I want to thank the school department and the school committee for the comprehensive budget document. I thought it was very well written. It was comprehensive. I appreciated the connection of various office and school plans to the strategic plan. Quite frankly, the select board town document could learn a bit from what you've done. As you know, there is a finite amount of money available to fund school and town services. Each year through the budget refinement process, inevitable and difficult choices need to be made in order to produce a balanced budget, which is we're required by law to do that. As a parent of a kindergartner and a 4th grader, I ask you to prioritize smaller class sizes, the social and emotional support of our school children as you face the difficult choices associated with the fiscal realities of our budget. The pandemic has been very hard on our community, from school children to seniors, and for those who seem too often to bear the brunt of inequities in our society. My children, my young children, and their peers have been significantly impacted by the pandemic and its aftermath. It's not over. Masks have maybe been removed. Society seems to have moved on. We're going to restaurants. The tea is filling up, but I can assure you the aftermath of the pandemic is not over for the children. Remote learning, masks, social distancing, mandatory COVID testing, and health anxiety have negatively impacted our children socially, emotionally, and academically. This newest generation of young learners needs our support in and out of the classroom to make up for lost time. Small class sizes provide the opportunity for teacher and student to engage in meaningful learning experiences and much-needed personal guidance. Support outside of the academic rigor helps bridge the social and emotional gaps that were created by remote learning, social distancing, and other methods employed to promote our children to protect our children during the pandemic. I can assure you, I've seen this firsthand with my children and the impact that the pandemic and post-pandemic behavior has had on their social interactions at school and how they're relating to their peers. When you face the very difficult choices of what to fund and what to cut, as a parent, I ask you to prioritize investments in keeping classrooms small and the support services in place that help our children navigate a childhood and school social setting that is far different than what prior cohorts have experienced. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the 9 people who participated today in public comment. We greatly appreciate hearing from you all. We will now resume our sort of back and forth conversation with district leadership regarding the budget. I know that several of us had additional questions we wanted to get to. So I think I saw Natalia's hand and then Stephen. So, all right, Stephen. All right, Natalia.
Well, I'm sort of want to follow up on Mariah's question around, class sizes, and actually, was sort of hearing the last speaker, Paul Warren. I do believe that we should have small class sizes, but I also think equity across schools. And I was wondering, what flexibility do you have through the reserve fund? Like, is there a way to tell schools that we're actually going to, budget for 20, like be a little bit more harsh, like Mariah is saying, and saying, we're not going to budget for 15, but if it becomes that it's like a 23 or 24 or 25 class, we have this reserve across. Like, how difficult is that practically to do reserve for the K through 8s?
Yeah, that's doable.
Susan, before you answer, can I follow up on that? Because
Sure.
I remember what I was going to say, and it's totally linked to that.
Okay.
It's related to what Mariah was saying too. Mariah, your point right before the break was about starting the process for determining class sizes earlier, or determining apportioning FTEs to classes earlier. And
My point was that there are certain areas where the projections show that we would be quite low in our section size, significantly lower than even our low size. And so those are places where they're, given our other priorities, those are places where we have opportunities to perhaps pull those FTE back. I'll say pull those sections back now and decide if we can either think about some of these things you're talking about, holding those in reserve to be able to deploy later where we see there's a bubble, or some of the other things that were listed on the last slide as a priority that are still unfunded, or et cetera.
so the way I wanted to add on to Natalia's comment was, Natalia is asking about a reserve fund. I want to ask also about process. What would it mean to start a process earlier? What process are we actually talking about? When I had asked a similar thing, I think, at the curriculum subcommittee, because I wasn't clear where the process started and what decision points there were relating to identifying oversubscription of classrooms.
Right.
So those are, I'm asking about the 2 leverage points. One, Natalia's, which is the reserve fund, and 2, decision points in a process that could help us avert oversubscription of classes.
Okay.
Thanks. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do my best because I'm fading a bit, but as I'm sure you are. So first, I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what you're asking. So what I'm hearing is that you would like for me to go look over the class sizes, and there is flexibility there. We're aware of that. And to identify where the guideline, where we could meet the guideline at a lower staffing level. So where those flexibility points are, right? So identify what those are, pool them, let you know what that amounts to. We would hold those kind of in reserve to make choices about patching. I call it patching if enrollment blows up in one way. So we have the ability to address the issue as is presented to us. And then you would like to be able to have further conversation about, how you might redeploy some of those.
Yeah, and I think.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm clear because it's getting late and I want to make sure that I have my to-do list right. So that is what you're asking. That's consistent with what Mariah
Yeah,
was
and
asking.
I'm not sort of saying that all of them. So if you say to us that there are 7 positions, we could envision that not all 7 will become, so you could reserve 3 or something, and then we could redeploy you. But
Yeah,
yeah.
That's not difficult to do. I can do that.
Helen's had her hand up a while, but if we have questions that are specific to what was just being discussed, so go ahead, Suzanne.
Okay, well, I think we've gotten here because part of it's the pandemic. And now we're seeing class size of 15. We didn't used to have class sizes of 15. We would say 20 was our guideline. And so I think that's why we've gotten here. And it's understandable, we want class sizes to be small. We understand there's been all kinds of things because of the pandemic and the remote learning. And so I guess we're probably grappling a little bit with, is this the time where we kind of go back to 20? Or do we hold on to 15? And what does that mean? What are we giving up if we stick with 15? Or what will it cost us if we go to 20? And what will we have? So that's kind of what's going on in my mind. I don't know what other people are thinking, but it's kind of this notion that, we would not have had 15 years ago, I think. Somehow we would have figured out how to make it higher than that.
All right, go ahead.
Good night.
I think also, sorry,
Next,
Helen. I'm sorry. I think that overall, though, you'll see a lot of the issue is that a lot of the schools are still going to be at an average of 17 or 18 in their classes. I'm not going to call it an issue. The reality, it's not necessarily an issue. It just is a fact. And for many of them, which are only 2 or 3 sections, you can't fix that problem because you go from 3 to 2 and all of a sudden you're 25 in a class, right? So we have very few wiggle points where the class sizes, the average is low enough and there's enough sections where you can actually make a difference without, I think, truly reaching a level that is in fact sort of historically above where we want to be in the guidelines. And so for that reason, I think that's why it's so important when we do have these chances to still abide by our guidelines that we take them, because overall it makes a very small, most sections and most classes aren't going to move at all. They just are going to be 17, 18, 19, 20, and that's just what's going to happen because there's no way around it. That's just my opinion on it.
There's also some other possibilities, which is to do something like have a slightly larger class of 22 and have a paraprofessional, for instance. Or you could have, I'm just brainstorming here. I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just making suggestions. You could have a combination class. You could have a 2nd and 3rd grade class, in which you would take, 10 and 10, and you now have 20, and you would have 18 in all the classes, 18 to 20. So, I mean, I'm just saying there are alternatives that we could think about if that seems reasonable.
All right, let's let Helen get in. She's been waiting patiently for a while. Go ahead, Helen.
Very good. I've kept my mouth shut. So, guys, we've done all this at many times. We've had the 1-2 grades. We've had, and this is unfortunately in Brookline more so than in other districts, where people come, they stay, they go through 12th grade. We have a lot of flux, and it's something that the superintendent's office, together with the registration office and administration and finance, work on every year. This is not something that we're just finding now. Every year there are sections that are cut and there are sections that are added. And it's part of what they have to do. It's not something that we can ask them to make sure that the classes are at the the levels that we have prescribed. But beyond that, there's not, it depends on when the kids come in, so much of it. If they come in August, they're just at the beginning of September, it's a very different story than if they're registering now or in March or in, even May. So all those factors, I think, it's not a simple process is what I'm trying to say to people. And I'm hoping that you will respect that our professionals are doing the best they can. They also know who is in those classes and what sorts of, some classes may be more, what's the word I'm looking for? More complicated than others and could not necessarily have above 17 kids, whereas other classes could work just fine at 20 or 25, depending on which grade level. So I think, we need to be careful. I think that the bigger issue, though, what I hear people saying is, we want, but I don't hear where we're going to cut. So those are my 2 cents or 5 cents, or whatever I said.
Sarah, go ahead.
I think what I'm going to express is a little bit of what Helen's expressing, but just in different words. It's a bit of an inefficiency in the system of having a K-8 school. So if our school is our cost center, right, and you're giving that particular principal those FTEs, when a principal collapses a section, they're probably going to reassign it somewhere within their own school. And it's a little bit more complicated to then give for the principal to loan out the FTE for 2nd grade to a different school. Right? So I'm not really sure that we've set people up. In practice, what I think I've understood from our school visits is the principal tends to try to collapse sections based on a retiring teacher or something that happens. And I don't think it's as easy as the numbers lining up perfectly to be about 18 to 23 students in a class because of the way that we're organized.
I think, at the elementary level, it's a little different than when you get into the middle school level. So at the elementary level, of course, you're going to have a teacher per classroom. At the middle school level, the students are moving between teams. And so it does get a little bit more complex. And especially, here in Brookline, where you have the middle school kind of embedded in an elementary model, it becomes tricky. And I think that's one of the reasons why there's this group that is reviewing middle school models and what is our identity at the middle school level, even at the, and not to belabor the middle school, but I mean you can see in the enrollments that there's out migration when the kids get from elementary school coming up into the middle school grades. I think some of that has to do with this identity issue. One of the things that make high schools and middle schools work, and being able to offer more content specific curriculum is that you have to have enough mass of students to be able to divide it into content area in a neat way and share staff. So it is a little bit more complex, especially at the middle school level. Not as much at the elementary grade level where it's X number of students divided by the number of teachers that you have.
But I was actually thinking about the elementary, I agree with everything that you've said.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about the elementary classroom because if a principal has at a particular school, 3 sections of 2nd grade and it should be collapsed to 2 based on this year's numbers, does that principal have the flexibility to give the FTE over to a different school that needs to expand that year and then later on get it back? We haven't, if we're doing our budget per school, aren't we setting them up not to sort of make these decisions easy to make?
Yeah, so there's it's complex. It really is, because there's bumping rights, by job category and all of that. So I know that there's always been a practice that you try to, if you're going to reduce your staff, to try to go with those that are retiring out or those that are leaving for other reasons, maybe moving or something. So there is an effort to do that. And then you have to kind of reshuffle the deck a little bit, based on certifications and all of that. So it is not simple, right? But, again, if a teacher is certified to teach early childhood education, and usually that's what pre-K through 2, right, I believe, so that if you collapse a section in 2 and there's a section available in 1, then you can make that shift. What might be difficult is if you're collapsing a section in your lower elementary school levels and you need an elementary teacher that's in the 5th grade. So there is collaboration. It's not this fortress, kind of a thing where, the Pierce School gets the staff and that's that, and we're going to arm wrestle over how many staff and who goes where. It isn't. No, there's much more collaboration around that and conversation that takes place by and between the principals.
And I think we do see that in this budget book. So each school makes different requests, and we have an annual budget book, of course. And so I think those decisions are being made, at least initially, at the central office level, and then the principals deciding based upon what is being allocated in terms of FTEs about where to place them. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue between, even when we were putting this together, like I said, I did a lot of this work with the principals. We talked about, okay, if we're reducing sections, what does that look like for you? I'm making notes about that so that we're actively planning. You'll see at the Heath School, for example, they're reducing 2 sections, they're collapsing 2 sections. There are some shifts in retirement and this person's, moving here or there. So we're actively talking about it and not just in a vacuum. So it's not, it really is a dialogue between the leaders at the building level and the central office. We're not independently just making those decisions, but we do talk about, certifications and seniority and who's tenured and who's isn't and all of those kinds of things. Yeah.
And the other portion of that, and Susan's point can't be understated, is this notion that we can't look at these things through a straw. Because when we're talking about collapsing sections, we also, our Office of Registration and Enrollment looks at what's our seating capacity amongst the zones and where buffers, the buffer zone impact as well. And so we also have to keep that in mind, recognizing what Helen said about our high mobility rate, the ins and outs, and where our enrollment tends to peak is around this January, February timeframe also. So all of those are taking into account as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this season in terms of our enrollment crunch, because we do experience that churn.
I actually have a specific question about that, which is, are the enrollment numbers in the budget book projected October 1 or
Yes.
projected peak?
October 1, but we did look to see if there was significant shifts and variations in December and January, and there wasn't any kind of wild.
So there was no sort of like, oh, well, we always know we should add 3 to every classroom, or I don't know, I'm just making that up. Okay.
No. It just strictly rolled forward October 1, except for the kindergarten.
Stephen?
Yeah, never mind. Okay. Well, I guess I was looking at an example because I was thinking maybe you could walk us through a process, because I'm still thinking about Suzanne's comment about minimum classroom guidelines. I'm hearing the caveats that everyone made, especially Helen, your comments that, and you also, Mariah, saying that this is complex, that there's not a lot of wiggle room, making shifts isn't going to net you a lot of improvements. But I'm looking, for instance, at Driscoll on page 45. I think there might be an error in the enrollment and staffing chart, because there's a couple of projected average class sizes that are close to 15 and under, but then the narrative suggests that actually doesn't.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah,
Yep.
but there actually are a bunch of projected average class sizes that are very small. So I'm just wondering what the process is. Is it flagged at your level? Is it flagged at the building level? And then at what point, getting to Sarah's question, does this bubble up to a reallocation out of the school?
So that's a good question. So what I will do with this feedback, I have a meeting with principals, I think it's on the 24th. And we'll talk about this very thing. What does this mean? I will probably get on the horn and say, here's some of the feedback we got. I want to better understand your thinking around this. And what.
So wait, just to clarify then, so it starts at the building level.
Yeah.
Where they're making recommendations.
Yes.
So then I guess I do want to start with Suzanne's comment that there could be a top-down suggestion that we start considering returning to a class size that was pre-COVID expectation.
Yes.
Keeping in mind Paul Warren's comment, and keeping in mind my background as an education professional is that class sizes are one of the biggest determinants of learning outcomes that there are, other than teacher quality, that there is, right? So I'm all for small class sizes, but we also, bearing in mind Dr. Guillory's comment that there's a lot of trade-offs to be made. Just looking, we definitely don't need class sizes as low as 15. There's diminishing returns at that level.
Absolutely.
So maybe there is something for a central office to be saying to the schools, rather than waiting for the schools to be pushing it out to you, right?
Yeah, I think some of this is, again, this is my first year here, so I'm trying to honor a process that you've had in place. And as I listen and learn and hear more, we'll modify our approach for sure. But it's not too late. And the other thing too that I want to just throw out there, even though it's getting late at night, is that we're going to get this enrollment projection, which might give us better insight into what we're looking at for enrollments moving forward in the longer term, which I don't have the benefit of having or incorporating into our process this year. So yeah, I think there's a lot of different things and different approaches we can take that will kind of tighten up, our work. But it's not too late, and we'll. I'm hearing you and I'm understanding, and it's totally possible to take a deeper look at that.
And Stephen, to the example that you raised there, I can see where the confusion is here. And so I think in version 3.1, we'll do some course correction on this. So if we just stick with the Driscoll example, for those of you that have your book and looking at page 45, currently at Driscoll in grade 2, that 41 that you see, that's actually 2 sections.
Right.
And what we're saying is that for FY25, the cohort that's moving up from grade 1 will be 3 sections. So I think it's just a matter of flagging this because it's giving the erroneous number that both of those are divided by 3 when they're actually not. And then when we go to grade 3, so that cohort will be 2, the third grade cohort will be 2 in FY25. So that's what some of that anomaly actually is. So we need to flag those in those cases so that we're not misrepresenting what.
Yeah.
Well, great. So in FY24, grade 2, that 41, that's actually 2 sections.
Right, but for next year, that goes to grade 3.
That goes to grade 3, still as 2 sections.
He has 3 written down.
Yeah, but
Right.
but it's 3 this year, but for next year it should be 2. Yeah.
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 There's 2 of those that I caught
Exactly.
today when I was going through
Yeah.
and looking at this very thing. So on page 45, grade 3, the number of classes is misstated. It should be class number 2, not 3. There's a second instance of that on page 51. That school is Hayes. Driscoll was, yeah, page 45, and 51, it's Hayes. It's also grade 3. Okay, it should be 2 sections at grade 3, not 3 sections. Yes, because the guideline is 25.
When it gets to
But he
grade-
was asking for 2, so it's a misstatement. So, but other than that, I went through and I was looking at that too. I apologize for not calling that out earlier.
Sure, go ahead.
So a couple of meetings ago, we talked about actually writing down our class size guidelines, and I did start a little bit of that, and I was working on it a little bit more today, which is why, Betsy, I was asking you for that section again, so I could insert it into the right place so we could look at it. Because I do think that these conversations are important, and to Helen's point, and in complete agreement, the guidelines do need to emphasize the role of the experts and the staff in making these determinations, but they do also need to articulate a common understanding of, for the community and us and staff, of what the expectations are. And so I think it's helpful to even say, we don't expect classes of 15 or 16. I don't know what it's going to say at the end. I mean, this is going to be a conversation, but I do think that this conversation, as we all agree, that class size is a huge determinant of outcomes and of budget and of everything, that this is a really important thing to have written down and shared agreement on.
Natalia?
Long, but I think Driscoll is a really good example of a place where you could tell the principal, listen, you have so many different grades that have very low class numbers. We'll reserve one of your positions, like somehow it will stay there, but and when you have the actual numbers, then tell us where you're going to put it. But at this moment, I think for schools that have, this is pre-K and 1 and 7 are all under 17, like chances, I mean, I understand you can't really go from a 7th grade teacher to a pre-K and a K, but it feels like some schools, you could say, we want you to be a little bit more rigorous, and meaning bigger class sizes, but we will reserve one for your school if it does mean that it reaches 25 or 26 or something. So I don't know. I know that you said you go back to the principals, and I don't want them to all get very upset at us for sort of changing their class size, because the parents will be very upset at them. I mean, obviously, I saw that my kids are in 1st grade in Pierce, and the idea is that they're going to be collapsing down next year, and I was upset. So I understand that parents will get upset, but somehow it feels like some schools, as Mariah said, I think some schools may have more flexibility to not cause that level of upsetness.
Absolutely.
At this, and Driscoll is one of them, obviously.
I think something else to be mindful of in the discussion of classroom size is where we're looking at possibly placing special programs. So anytime that we're going to have a special education program or a new one, so that we can have more of our out-of-district students stay local, Brookline where appropriate, of course, we need space for that. And so to the extent that we may need to make consolidations, not just around classroom size, but also around actual available physical classrooms to be able to fully staff all the programming we want, that's another variable in this. Go ahead, Mariah.
My question actually specifically about Hayes, and I believe we had a presentation from OSS, not this past fall, but the prior fall, talking about RISE going into the middle school. And I thought that this current year, we were in it was the single year where essentially the current RISE staffing could accommodate the students who are transitioning from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, or perhaps 3rd to 4th. But I thought there was supposed to be, for this year, an expansion of the RISE program to have a middle school component. I know, like Susan's like, I don't know. Linus, do you have information about where that's at and why it's not represented in the budget?
I'd have to check with Lisa. I don't know if she's still online. Yes, that is the plan, but I can't remember if it's taking existing staffing and repurposing it. But we'll get clarity on that one. But yes, the plan is still to grow out the continuum at Hayes.
Will you come back to us and just let us know?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just
Thank you.
where it actually sits.
Yeah, David, I thought you were going a different place, not looking for facilities in terms of special ed children. But when you look at the programs, you do have to consider if students will be included in the general ed class. And so that also may impact your thinking about the size of a general ed. So let's say you have a program in your school that you are successful in including the children in general ed, then you may want to have extra seats in your general ed class to accommodate that. You're looking confused, Susan. Is that not how it works?
No, I'm fading.
Well, but or not even extra seats, but fewer students to accommodate the additional needs you.
Well, I'm
mentioned?
thinking if you, I don't usually, at other places when you, in some places, let's say you have 15 students in the class, and then you have 4 students who come in for part of the day.
Right, I guess it's whether you count, how you count them, but yeah.
Yeah, but so
So a good example of that, right, at FRR, there's a certain grade level where one of the classes seems much smaller than the others. And well, what's going on here? Well, that's the answer. Essentially, in order to provide that inclusion, there's a smaller number of students in that particular class.
But remember that all of our special ed students are included in the numbers that we're seeing already.
All of our special programs or all of our special ed?
So any kids who are included in the program, for instance, when you look at our enrollment, there's not a separate line for numbers of children who are special ed or, you know, in a substantially separate program that are included in the regular. They're included in the numbers, I'm pretty sure, that we see for each school.
Yeah, but I think in that case, the point was that the class itself, given the level of need, right, they wanted to.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that. I understand that. And I think that's true. That is part of the reason that some classes are less.
But from a facilities perspective, even though every student, of course, has a homeroom and that would be reflected by these numbers, what's not reflected by these numbers would be the pull-out spaces. And for the RISE program, for instance, those are additional classrooms. And so that's sort of the other variable here in looking at classroom consolidations in general, that we want to make sure we have sufficient space in our buildings that have these special programs. And also in terms of strategic planning and trying to minimize the amount of leased space, which is sort of another cost factor, where do we see opportunities to build out new programs or existing ones and having additional strands of them in other schools? So Driscoll at the moment, for instance, we know has some capacity available. So maybe that's a school where we would look at doing something longer term. Hayes, we can see that several grade levels were able to keep at 2 sections, but Hayes historically has functioned as a 3-section school. So that's sort of another school building where we might be able to realize those types of efficiencies. Also, in the distant past, a prior central office had explored whether we could create new special education programs that would draw out of district students from other communities into Brookline. And that sometimes can actually be financially beneficial in addition to, of course, serving the needs of the students. So there are possibilities there as well based on how we allocate these classroom resources. Natalia?
How does this, I was going to say redistricting work, like in terms of, like you said, I mean, Suzanne and I visited Lawrence and the principal made a big case for it being a 3-section school in terms of the way it's built. Like, do we as school committee have, or is that a superintendent? Like, it seems like there are some schools where, or maybe even given parent choice, like if they knew that, you know, if they moved to Driscoll, they would have a small, you know, who decides the zoning?
It's ultimately up to the superintendent. We can obviously advise, but we do ultimately determine the budget. So we can make our budgetary decisions in a certain manner that forces certain issues. I would rather it be collaborative, of course.
But the maps and those are revisited by the superintendent in the buffer zones and things like that regularly or not regularly?
The buffer zones, if you look at them, are quite large. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. And parents, Brookline, we do have open enrollment. If there's space in a school, you would have to transport your child to the other school. But there is that possibility. And it's only if there's space available. So the superintendent has to approve it. But those things, the superintendent every year uses the buffer zones to even out what we see that can be uneven. You know, superintendent doesn't know which families might be leaving Brookline or which may be coming in, you know, right now. But as time goes on, he's able to do this. And it's something that over the years, you realize where where, the influx is usually and where the outflux is. I'm sorry, it's something that the superintendent, I know that Dr. Guillory now has had a number of years of observing this and doing this, and is able to balance. And if you look at our numbers, they are, for the most part, pretty balanced, except for some of the small size classes where in kindergarten, sometimes you make a mistake about, whether you open another section or not, because you don't know. People don't register sometimes till the first day of kindergarten.
So
I'm
something
sorry. I'm getting off my soapbox. I'm done.
fine. Given that we are running quite a bit behind, I think that perhaps we want to give ourselves some homework assignments here. We've heard a lot about certain additions that we want to make to the budget. That's on the last page about additional considerations as we work through the FY25 budget. Also, there are various priorities some of us are emphasizing over others, but we do need to be quite mindful about the need to remove also. And that's very difficult, and it's uncomfortable to have that kind of conversation. I'm not suggesting we have that this moment. So let's sort of take an opportunity to comb through the budget book and have some additional conversations with district leadership about potential approaches there. But we do need to revisit that. It is an important discussion that we have at some point relatively soon. So I would recommend that we all take a look at that and then reconvene and have a conversation about what we recommend comes off in order to accommodate some of these additional asks. And then again, on these additional asks, following up on what Mariah said about the policy on inclusion in life of the school activities, we are also soon going to be on the verge of likely passing a wellness policy that has certain expectations spelled out in that as well. And there are financial ramifications of the wellness policy. So we need to, we're already a bit over what the town is recommending as an allocation, and that's okay for where we are at this stage. But we do need to try to stay within our budget, obviously, and not just be adding without removing. Does anyone else have any burning thoughts or questions before we move on? All right, then.
David, I just want to say,
go ahead, Mark.
I just want to thank you, Susan, for taking this on and really leading the charge on this budget work. It's really exciting. And thank you to all the people who Linus mentioned earlier contributed to that, but it's really great. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Susan. All right, so with that, I'm going to suggest that well, I'll just very briefly address this. So we had docketed next proposed revision of the substance use prevention and education policy. I don't want to get into a long drawn conversation on this because we're running behind, and discussion of the district strategic plan is quite important. What I will just say about that is the draft that you have before you today reflects added language by the Office of Town Council. So the Office of Town Council added that penultimate paragraph that's somewhat lengthy about the potential penalties and the legal risks involved in having certain substances on campus. So that is essentially the main change from the version that we looked at last year. We heard some public comment today with some suggestions around spelling out a bit further, perhaps as a parenthetical, what some of these edibles are, so that we're very clear about what it is we're looking out for. And I would suggest that we incorporate that change into the draft that we ultimately vote on. But we can take that up at a subsequent meeting. Does anyone have any quick comments on that? Go ahead, Natalia.
Just a quick question from the public comment. It says here that in accordance with state and federal law, blah, 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 there would be education programs in grades 5 to 12. So I'm trying to understand what is currently happening, because what Susan said in public comment was that there isn't, other than in 8th and 9th grade. So I just want to understand what the status quo is.
So that is an issue. So under state law, there's supposed to be some education in these areas starting as early as 5th grade. And right now, my understanding is that there's at least nothing formal at the 5th grade level. There's probably a passing mention to try to be technically in compliance, but in a meaningful way, we need to do better in that area, and that's going to require some investment. So that's yet another, that goes to what I was saying before, but we have some additions on this considerations page as we work through the FY25 budget, and that's one of them, because if we're truly going to be supporting health curriculum starting at 5th grade, then we need to invest in it. And state law requires it. Anything else?
I have just a quick comment.
Go ahead, Helen.
So I sort of remember at some point on the school committee, it was determined that any of the school grounds, and I think that's what it says here, but I'm not clear, you're not allowed to. So the field, Cypress Field, for instance, one could not smoke on, maybe on the public sidewalks. I think that was where the delineation difference was. But I thought that we had tried to really eliminate it from anywhere surrounding the building, not just within the building. And I would like to make sure that that's the case.
It says school premises, so that would encapsulate both of those categories.
I remember there was some sort of a, I don't remember if it was town or state, that there's some sort of radius around the school that these things apply to, and I can't remember. There was, right? Am I not remembering right? I think
No, there's a law that says you can't have any.
Yeah.
So I think within 200 yards or whatever it is in
Yeah.
school. In fact, we have signs. all
Right,
around the school.
yeah, so I think that that's the definition of the premises, but I don't know if it addresses the far end of the field, for example, to Helen's point.
And does it address the public sidewalks? You could ask town council about that. And the other piece in the part that you put in, well, you don't want to discuss this now, never mind.
It's okay if you just have another quick observation, but obviously the committee is not quite ready to vote on this,
Yeah,
so we
no,
can hold
that's
off.
fine. No,
All right.
no, I think that's fine. The students shall be instructed not to smoke anywhere. I think smoking is not allowed, period. And I don't think we're instructing them. But that's my opinion.
All right, so we'll.
David, do you want any other feedback on this draft, or do you
Sure,
want?
if you'd like, go ahead.
Yeah, just on the line and other drugs in a matter, I would suggest saying other illegal drugs. There may be students who are taking legal drugs that are necessary for their health, and we don't want to suggest that we're prohibiting that.
Okay. All right, very good. So
Also, I agree with Helen that that last line seems a little unnecessarily wordy. I think we could just say students are prohibited from smoking anywhere in school grounds.
Well, I interpret it as an actual question of instruction, not just a sign, but like what you would be told in a class. So that's a different meaning.
because this is substance use prevention and education policy, so this is supposed to have an educational component, so I think that's why that's there.
And I like any language that takes it off of being a teacher monitored thing and makes it just it's prohibited. So if you read it like that, I'd rather not state it as, you know, a teacher has to monitor it.
But are we required by law to have an instructional component? Is that why it's there as
The
instruction?
instructional component
Yeah.
I'm with, yeah, absolutely.
Just in a very minor thing.
Yes.
Can I suggest students shall be instructed specifically not to smoke? Because by putting it at the beginning, it suggests that the schools will discharge its responsibility in its entirety by instructing students not to smoke, as if there are no other ways to ingest those drugs.
Okay. All right, so we'll revisit that at a subsequent meeting. Next up, we will now go to discussion and vote to approve the district strategic plan.
Who's ready to talk about the strategic plan? Yeah! You know, Carlin would make us all get up and oxygenate our blood or
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm excited I get to report on the community results of our survey, and hopefully when we leave, we will have a voted strategic plan. But I want to begin tonight by sharing my deep gratitude to the teams that worked tirelessly to develop the plan and identify a path forward for the district. The partners who worked to get the survey out to as many stakeholders as possible, the 371 community members who took time from their busy lives to provide feedback on the plan, to the school committee for providing guidance and input along the way, and to our Harvard intern, Ruiz Clark. Ruiz went through the arduous task of taking all 371 responses to our survey and coding them so that we have a clear picture of what our community was thinking and feeling about the strategic plan that was put forth for review. Tonight's discussion and vote would not be possible without every one of you. The strategic plan is truly a plan by the community for the community. Ruiz Clark is still on December break from Harvard, or he would be presenting alongside me this evening. But let's talk about how we approach the task of analyzing the feedback from our 371 respondents. And I'm going to share my screen. So first we coded the qualitative, I can't speak, into overarching categories: achievement, assessment, and cultural responsiveness being 3 of those categories. Then each response was assigned a qualifier of constructive, critical, or supportive. We then identified a quote that was most representative of the feedback provided. And we use the concept of a net supporter score to help us tell which ideas most resonated with the community or not at a glance. This net supporter number was derived by adding each forced ranking of 9 and 10 and subtracting every ranking that was 6 and below. So I'm going to read the executive summary now, and then we'll go through the feedback for goal 1. I won't go through the feedback for every goal because it's getting late, but I'll go through the feedback for goal 1 so you can be oriented and the community can be oriented if they look at these materials online. So our executive summary is that rigorous and challenging academics scored a net promoter score of 61.3. And strong core subjects scored 58.6. Conversely, targeted school support for the individual needs of the school communities scored the lowest at negative 25.8. Meanwhile, culturally relevant learning opportunities also scored in the negative at negative 9.2.
Can I just ask a question? The slide's still on the intro slide, should it be? Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Go through quickly to get to that executive summary. When asked to force rank, the following items scored the highest. Rigorous and challenging academics scored at 67.7%, strong core subject courses, 42.5%, and 3, caring and nurturing environment at 35.3%. Meanwhile, the 3 lowest were school supports that target the individual needs of the school community at 4.7%, clear and consistent communication, 5.8%, and culturally relevant learning opportunities at 12.6%. The qualitative comments underscored these trends. For goal 1, there were 57 comments that mentioned the need for achievement, including references to topics such as enrichment as well as rigor. Meanwhile, there were 42 comments that mentioned culturally responsive, with 15 being constructive or critical, and 32 comments related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, with 9 being constructive or critical. However, related to belonging, there was an overwhelming positive opinion, with 55 out of 60 comments showing support for this topic. Similarly, the notion of safety elicited 54 mentions, for which 46 were supportive. Moreover, the topic that elicited the most mentions was family and community engagement, with a total tally of 82 comments under goal number 2. Given this, it can be surmised that the majority of respondents believe in partnering with families and the community to create safe environments that promote belonging, while ensuring that students are held to high expectations, high academic expectations. So to look at how this played out, let's take a look at goal 1. Now I'm going to go backwards. Here we go. So 57% of the qualitative comments were characterized as supportive, while 33% were constructive or critical. The topics that received the most mentions were culturally responsive teaching, 42 mentions, of which 24 were supportive. Achievement, 40 mentions, of which 19 were supportive. Evidence-based practices, 26 mentions, of 25 were support. I think that's reversed. 25 of 26 mentions were supportive. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, 32 mentions, of which 22 were supportive. Assessment, 17 mentions, of which 9 were supportive. And as we dig into the data, and you'll see one of the changes that we made was something that we talked about as a committee, was the MCAS being the only measure that we were using until we establish a full piece of assessment literacy. Terminology, especially in regards to CRT, culturally responsive teaching, not critical race theory, culturally responsive teaching, and DEI, 13 mentions, of which only 1 was supportive. What people felt was missing was achievement, enrichment, and rigor. 57 people mentioned that. Teachers, teaching and learning, there were 15 mentions. Benchmarks, measures, and outcomes, there were 11 mentions. Yeah. 371. Okay, where'd you go? There we go. Some of the representative quotes, and I'm actually going to read these because they're very interesting. Achievement. The district cannot continue to ignore its students who are already doing well. If the emphasis is only to ensure proficiency, but not to encourage academic excellence and rigor, ensuring a high level of learning and a strong foundation of knowledge and thinking, the exodus to private schools will accelerate. Students should be challenged regardless of what level they start at. It is not fair to the higher achievers that they are not given the attention and focus provided to others. Also, how will educators be supported in providing direct, hands-on teaching rather than using the internet as a learning source for students? One of our culturally responsive and DEI quotes, it would resonate better if the words equitable, cohesive, culturally relevant were eliminated, as they are poorly defined and provide the opportunity for dissonance. What does equitable, cohesive mean? What does culturally relevant mean? Pertinent to whom, in regard to what culture? How does that remain consistent from year to year as the culture and issues affecting us change? How do you avoid the introduction of bias when interpreting culturally relevant? Same point with culturally responsive instruction. There are modifiers to standards that completely interfere with the notion of unbiased measurable outcomes. Assessment. In terms of the measurement of success with respect to students, it is totally focused on MCAS. Would like to see other types of assessment. Teachers and teaching and learning. Empowering teachers, outcomes-based benchmarking as opposed to the MCAS bureaucracy. If anything, the plan sounds a lot like a politically inspired mandate that's going to be forced on everyone and leave even less freedom to teachers that they have today. If we are to attract and retain top talent, we must trust them, not mandate them into oblivion with standards and percentage targets. And terminology. This is mostly a word salad of nonsense. The goal here should be rigorous instruction of age-appropriate fundamentals in each content area, not running a training camp for radical activists. So these were representative quotes. So what are we going to do with these representative quotes? I'll tell you what we did. So, as the result of our feedback, we have changed the wording of 2 of the goals and added an asterisk to our MCAS measure. Goal 1 was increase achievement for students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing an equitable,
Wait,
cohesive.
before you do this, can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Is I know these are they're written somewhere in here, right? The current strategic plan?
Yeah.
Where are they? I just want to, because you're telling us the old one, I just want to be able to see the new one compared to the old one.
Oh, the new one is in a separate presentation. It's called the draft strategic plan.
Do
I'm
you
sorry.
have what you're reading now as a slide?
I don't, Helen.
Okay.
Yes. You have it in your packet. Give me a minute. Yeah, do you mind? Thank you.
Just one quick question I have. So you incorporated this feedback and now there's a new draft that's being presented that includes sort of your addressing of some of the concerns that were raised?
Yeah, and they're very minimal changes from the original draft. It's just the two goals and the asterisk with the MCAS piece. So we'll pull that up. I'll orally do it for the sake of time now, and then we can look at it. So goal 1 was very wordy. I will definitely admit to that. It was increase achievement for students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing an equitable, cohesive, culturally relevant, consistent, standards-based curriculum in ELA, math, science, social studies, and world language delivered using evidence-based, culturally responsive instruction. Was kind of a word salad. We've changed it to increase achievement for each and every student by holding high academic expectations. It didn't change any of the underlying things that we were doing, but it made the goal much simpler and much easier for people to understand. So, Betsy, this is goal 1. Oh, that's okay. I appreciate you doing this. Thanks, Linus. There it is. And one of the reasons that we changed that is because it talks about having the high academic standards for students, for each and every student, not just particular subgroups of students. And we felt that what was backing it up for our action steps still remained true, that is how we would hold those high academic standards for students. And if we return back to the executive summary for a minute, given this, it can be surmised that the majority of respondents believe in partnering with families in the community to create safe environments that promote belonging. You'll remember that because you'll hear that in our change in goal 3, while ensuring that students are held to high expectations. So we really went with what everybody agreed with and felt that it didn't fundamentally change the spirit or the direction of which the teams that developed this were going.
So can I ask a question, Jody?
Mm-hmm.
I get that there were a lot of words in the original goal, but I assume they were in there, you put them in there for a reason. And so I'm wondering, you're saying nothing's lost, but this seems really different.
So the goal itself reads really differently. I think the action steps they haven't changed at all. So I think we were trying to capture everything that we were putting in the action steps and put it in the goal as well. And we thought that by simplifying the goal, it would make it more understandable for people to understand how the action steps reach the goal.
I like that it's shorter for sure, because the other one, as you say, it was a lot. I guess I feel like though this when I read this, it puts the onus on the student in some way and not on the teaching. Like the learning's there, but where's the teaching?
That's a good point, Mariah. We can add something about high quality instruction into it by holding high expectations and high quality evidence-based instruction.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it should be the high quality evidence-based instruction is really where it's at. Yes, there's the expectation of the students as well, but yes, it really needs to start there.
Yeah. Thank you for that feedback. Any other questions about goal 1? Suzanne?
Yeah, I don't know. It does feel quite different to me somehow. You know, I kind of feel like the burden's on the student to perform. And, you know, maybe they don't perform so well on high academics. Maybe they perform better on performing arts or athletics. I mean, you don't have to. Anyway, I'm struggling with it a little bit, but I think it's more my issue than other people's issue. But
Is it the word achievement that you're struggling with?
this high academic I don't know what it is, but it just feels like it's all about, I feel like I've lost the whole child and I'm back to just the academic achievement. And somehow I'm struggling with that a little bit.
To that point, though, keep in mind, this is just goal number 1. We have some other goals later on that address social, emotional, whole child, and some of those other components.
Maybe that'll make me feel better. Yeah.
But
Just my issue.
so I mean, I'm having the same reaction. So this is the one that I feel like we moved away from this language when we called our goal number 1 joy in learning, and I feel like we saw in the sample of respondents, I think people were motivated to respond by feeling that there was a lack of academic excellence represented in the strategic plan. So I think those people were motivated to turn out in the survey. So, and I think that's a strong voice that we heard. And I think we're right to react to it. I just don't want to overreact to it by framing learning as solely academic learning.
So would the change that the committee recommend be increase achievement broadly, not just academic achievement, for each and every student through evidence-based instruction while holding high expectations for outcomes?
I think high expectations sounds better than high strictly academic expectations.
Right, high expectations for student outcome, something to that effect.
Yeah.
But I do think the joy in learning was our effort to put the focus on the whole child rather than and also our interest in inculcating a love of lifelong learning rather than a secondary education-based experience that they take with them, that love for their entire life. So just to make the task tougher again.
I still feel like we need the whole child in there somehow, and something about joyful learning or wonder, or, I mean, you know, those are touchy-feely things, so I don't know what to do with it. But
Well, why not just put that back in? So increase achievement and joy of learning
But we have that
through
in,
high quality instruction and by holding high expectations for student outcomes.
I mean, we're basically paraphrasing the 2 core values. We're saying paraphrase the 2 core values.
we like our core.
I know, we do. It's true.
exactly. I mean, I
Yes.
think this is our strategic plan for 3 years, guys. It's not for life, it's for the next 3 years, and then it will be changed as we
We've
go
worked so
along.
hard, Helen, to get joy of learning in there.
Well, it is in there under our core
It's still there.
values.
Okay.
Yes. Increase achievement for students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing an equitable, cohesive, culturally relevant, consistent, standards-based curriculum in ELA, math, science, social studies, and world language delivered using evidence-based, culturally responsive instruction.
Right, so that doesn't say joy of learning in it either, and that was the original. So I think Helen's right. We have it elsewhere. it's not critical that it appear here. But I do agree with others that we don't want to be doing like a 180 from what we had before. Yet we do want to be responsive to the public of that and show that we are serious about academic achievement as well. I think we kind of solved that with some of the proposed revisions we're making here.
Yeah, I guess the thing that the other one emphasized was you were really doing a huge amount of work around curriculum.
Yes.
And that's not present right now. And that's really important work that you were talking about. And maybe you don't need all those adjectival modifiers that you had floating in there. Maybe it can be simplified, but I think that was really important and spoke to the core of what you were doing. And maybe the goal, you put this goal of you're doing those things to accomplish, you know, excellence in teaching, or I don't know how you want to do that, but that was specific. That was 3-year specific. And I think part of the struggle is we're getting to a sort of core value discussion here, I think. This goal sounds much more abstract.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe if I could just say, like, I just want to reaffirm support for your original intention. I really appreciate your community engagement here, but I do want to remind everyone that the community that was engaged said community engagement resonated with them most. So there's definitely a lot of selection bias in the voice that was heard here. So we should definitely integrate their voice, but also integrate it with a grain of salt. We're acknowledging that they don't represent the entire Brookline community. So that's my way of saying I think your initial instincts ought to be respected as well.
Thank you.
Was this the goal? And I apologize for not, but I think it was the goal which had all the measurements in it that we were,
Yes.
okay. Did those get revised?
No.
Okay. See, that's where I thought this was going to go. I thought we were going to have measurements for overall or for other subgroups in addition to, was it Black and Hispanic students were the only measuring category?
We did add all students in to this. Linus, can you go to the next slide on this? Next one. Next one. There's our all students. 73% of Brookline students will attain proficiency on the ELA and Math MCAS. And here's where our asterisk comes in. We'll adjust the measurement as we increase our assessment literacy as a district, but right now it's the reliable and valid measure that we have. So we did move away just from the subgroups. We kept the subgroups in, but we also added all students back in.
But can I just ask one more question?
Yeah,
There was a
of course.
different one. And again, I have a terrible migraine right now, so I'm like flailing a little bit here. Sorry, but there was the other goal that actually looked at all of the subgroups, the belonging goal.
Yes.
And we talked about the lack of parallelism between them, and so that hasn't been resolved. Okay, I'm going to put in another vote for resolving that by treating this goal at that same level of detail.
My concern with doing that is that the belonging goal is very specifically targeting belonging. This is actually much broader in what it's targeting with subject areas and learning. And I'm afraid that if we mention every subgroup, we won't focus on the subgroups that need the focus the most, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but are we not measuring? I guess that's.
No, we are measuring, but it's not one of our outcomes. Like, we can report out on it, but I think our
We are
outcomes
measuring it.
are we moving our students that are scoring at the floor as well as all students? So what I have, thanks to stealing Natalia's pen, thank you, Natalia, was increased student achievement for all students through a robust curriculum, high standards, and oh. I'm like, wow, do you have a question? So through a robust curriculum and high standards, is that the end of sentence? Increase student achievement for all students through a robust curriculum and high standards. Oh, yeah.
It looks like no one is seeing my hand, so I'm just going to interrupt. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
thanks, Andy.
Before this train leaves the station completely, I would like to support Stephen in just favoring your original language. I agree that it's horribly inelegant, but I don't think that's as important as the specificity. I find that it's specific, it's comprehensive, and I think that that outweighs the inelegance.
The increased achievement for students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing.
All of that, yeah.
All that.
The original
One that
words
had
solid,
culturally competent and
Mhm.
evidence-based
Yeah.
and all the adjectives.
Yeah.
And you have to respect the process.
that would be my vote. It's
I mean, that was taken from the process of the community that created this, as well as the rounds of feedback from here.
That's important to respect.
Yeah.
I think that is important to respect, but I also think that we want to respect the community engagement we just engaged in. So if we're going to go along with the original language, which I'm fine with, but I do think we want to add what we're hearing from the community now. So we're hearing that they would like to see more focus around academic achievement. So just including that in what you already have, I think is an effective compromise.
We can specify, no, that's okay. We can specify academic achievement. Like we can add, because we just had achievement, we can add academic achievement into it.
And then to Mariah's point, and also Suzanne, to not make it look like the onus is on the student,
yeah,
that it be stated in such a way that there will be sort of high quality instruction to lead to that outcome of high academic achievement.
So right now where I am with this is the original goal, adding academic achievement in. This, by the way, was the goal that we had the most feedback and perhaps the most controversy around. So the other ones we won't be going this deep into.
Potentially, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, but are we wordsmithing in real time this critical, controversial goal at 10 o'clock at night?
We are kind of.
But I guess I'm asking that question rhetorically because I don't believe we should.
Okay.
So I think it should go back to curriculum and with the recommendation.
Excellent. So
I agree with Mariah and Helen. I think that the wordsmithing would be better when everyone is fully awake and alert. But I do want to continue with this presentation, certainly, so you can take that feedback, and then hopefully at our next meeting, we'll be completely ready.
The next curriculum meeting's not till the end of February. When is it? No, I don't know.
No, I think it could just come back to full school committee.
yeah, I can bring it back to full school committee. Our next meeting is February 8th, right?
First, I believe.
First? Awesome. Thank you. And then the other goal change is really relatively minor, and it was just to pick up on that summary of what there was a lot of agreement on. So goal 3 was develop a climate and culture in which all students, staff, and caregivers experience a strong sense of belonging and safety. And we changed it to partner with families in the community to create safe environments that promote belonging. Nope. Develop a climate and culture in which all students, staff, and caregivers experience a strong sense of belonging and safety. And the community really wanted a partnership there. Partner with caregiver families and caregivers. And the community to create safe environments that promote belonging. All right, excellent. Goal 3 is good. Goal 1.
Wait, can I ask a question? Yeah, school environments or all environments? I'm just sort of curious. It's a broad term.
It's school environments, the way that the backup is written. Oh, it's goal 3. Yes, it's in both of these. Goal 2, we had a lot of feedback on, but most of it was positive, so we didn't make any change.
This one looks good to me. Anyone else?
What was the bucket for goal 3?
Goal
Family
3
Connect.
is belonging. It was our belonging goal. our climate and culture goal. So there it is in writing, partner with families, caregivers, and the community to create safe environments that promote belonging.
Sorry, maybe I'm just tired, but it does feel like this is moving us back, like climate and culture, school culture. It's sort of to Mariah's point. Now it looks like goal 2, which is around community engagement, not about school, because you're putting it on the families and the community to create the safe environments.
Which is where the families and community had asked for it to be. But we could add in school environments that promote belonging. Again, we can wordsmith this one and bring it back to you.
Can you read the first version again of it? Sorry.
The first version was develop a climate and culture in which all students, staff, and caregivers experience a strong sense of belonging and safety.
I guess
That feels
why
more
aren't we
like a-
saying
Sorry,
develop a
Brian.
blah, blah, blah in partnership with families in the community?
Yeah.
I guess, again, I feel like the onus is being put in sort of like, the onus is with us, right? There's actions we're taking, and sometimes they feel a little less centered on.
Right, Val, why don't we go ahead and hear from you?
I was just going to say a similar thing to Mariah, which is that, this is our goal. And yes, partnering with community for sure, but it has to be our goal and what we're developing.
Thanks.
So I agree with the wordsmithing that was just done between the two of you.
Very good for someone with a migraine. Thank you, Mariah. So those were the 3 changes that were made, the asterisk with the MCAS, goal 1 and goal 3. We'll go back, when wordsmith goal 1, we'll bring it back to you on February 1st with one that's more comprehensive and make sure that we're continuing to talk about curriculum and high quality instruction.
I was just going to ask, sorry, Jody, I know it's late. Is there a place inside? I mean, I know you said you didn't touch anything afterwards, but could any of those words be put anywhere?
They're in
They're
there.
already there.
Yeah, they're already there. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Given that we are running well behind, I suggest that we not go into subcommittee and liaison reports today. We can do new business if someone has anything pressing. So new business. Anyone? No. All right, seeing none, we are adjourned. So thank you very much, everyone.
Recording stopped.